All right, I'll call this meeting to order. If everyone would stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we will start with the minutes from the August 17th, 2023 regular meeting. Would someone like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I so move to approve the August minutes.
Second.
Got Commissioner Lane and Commissioner Burrows. Thank you. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes? Okay, all those in favor of approving the minutes signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, now the September 25th, 2023 special meeting.
Madam Chair, I so move to approve the September meeting minutes.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
Okay, Commissioner Brooks seconds. Any corrections or additions? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, next on the agenda, we have the approval of the commission expenses.
Move to approve the commissioner expenses as presented.
Okay, Commissioner.
Second.
Okay, who was the second? Commissioner Lane? Walsh. Okay. Commissioner Burrows and Commissioner Walsh. Are there any questions on the expenses? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we'll go into the commissioner reports. Commissioner Burrow or Commissioner Brook, I think I'll start with you and we'll go around the room that way.
Okay. My report today is everything's in full swing, hunting. We have a closure on the Three Rivers that has been without incident. And so my report today is going to be on the grizzly bear. We've had a couple of grizzly incidents that have made the press. So for 2013 to 2022, the average number of grizzly bear conflicts is about 99.4 per year and 10.6 grizzly bear mortalities per year. 2023 conflicts are ongoing and have not yet been tallied, but the bear mortalities as of the 16th of October for the Montana portion of the GYE, the Greater Yellowstone Ecosystem, is 14 known with one possible. It's a mix of management removals, defensive life mortalities, and vehicle strikes. The 10-year average in close encounters that lead to human injuries or defensive grizzly bear mortalities for those 10 years is 12.6 close encounters, 2.2 human injuries, and 2.8 defensive life grizzly bear mortalities. Cattle depredations are increasing as the grizzly bear numbers and geographic distribution increases. In the 10-year, the yearly average for Region 3 is 20.1. 2023 depredations have not yet been tallied, but are on par for average or slightly below. 3 grizzlies have been removed this year for cattle depredations, and 2 of them were on public land and 1 on private land. Gearing up for rifle season, the department's been really good about information and an education campaign. It's been ongoing. It's billboards, it's social media, press releases, bear spray training, hunter contacts. So they've been doing a lot. Also with county and local towns on bear mitigation measures and maintaining consistency and response. So day-to-day conflicts are ongoing for both black and grizzly bears. Bears are fading out of the hyperphagia stage and starting to slow down for denning. Region 3 has had good bear foods available for this year across the system. And that's all I have.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Burrows.
Madam Chair. First, the West Central Lion Eco-Regional Population Objective Committee met at Lubrick last week to continue their deliberations, and we appreciate their efforts and those volunteers as well as the staff who help support that committee. They're still pulling together the final details, but they do have a draft recommendation. It was interesting watching them go through their details and their objectives and criteria they had there, watching that process and work. I was up there for one of those days. September was Bear Aware Month, and regional office held several events with great support from agency partners. There was lots of public attendance and good support for these, and hope to expand on those events next year. Upper Clark Fork fisheries investigation. After a number of years where fish surveys are showing brown trout populations in decline and at low levels, FWP is coordinating with Department of Environmental Quality, Natural Resource Damage Program, EPA, and U.S. Geological Services to improve collective understanding of a number of potential influences on fish health. It's a very complex system, and as an active Superfund site, ongoing phase of reclamation, warm springs, settling ponds, and other influences. Some of the next step include better coordinated and improved monitoring of water quality and a look at the reclamation and restoration practices. Down in the Bitterroot, we'll be short-staffed for hunting season in the South Valley. We had a warden take another position. Lou Royce has been on there for a while and very well served by his service down there. He's got a good rapport with the community and a lot of disappointed landowners down there and sportsmen that are gonna miss him being down there. So he very well served. So that's in my report.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Walsh.
Thank you. It's been a beautiful fall here in Montana, and many hunters in Region 4 had a successful antelope and pheasant season opener last weekend. The regional staff hosted bear awareness programs in both Great Falls and Shelby last month, and I'll report on bear activity in a minute. Region 4 staff hosted a successful youth pheasant education event on September 23rd at the Freeze Out WMA that including both shooting and an information station on hunting for pheasant. Crews also assisted with a youth pheasant hunt event in cooperation with Pheasants Forever and the Golden Triangle Sporting Dog Club. Regional crews helped with pheasant releases at multiple sites in the region prior to these events and the youth hunting weekend and season opener. The proposed improvements for the white bear FAS that we've discussed several times here were evaluated under the MEPA process, and the public comment period for the white bear environmental assessment is now closed. The staff in Region 4 are now working on drafting the decision notice. Hunter ed classes are starting to wrap up and advance the general big game season with very good attendance this year. The apprentice hunter applications increased around the upcoming youth hunt days on October 19th and 20th, so today and tomorrow. The statewide fisheries management program has been finalized now, and crews in Region 4 assisted were with the help in reviewing the final draft. The Carpenter Creek Fish Barrier Project has been completed. The barrier was installed to protect pure strain West Slope cutthroat from non-native species. The road improvement project on the Beartooth WMA is nearly completed. And then I'm happy to report the Smith River Eden Bridge scat machine project is now complete. So you can, anglers can empty their groovers when they take out at Eden Bridge. The public scoping process has been initiated for the potential Eagles Roost conservation easement near Ulm. The scoping on this closes on November 2nd. Grizzly bear conflicts in Region 4 have been low over the summer, and only a slight uptick in activity this fall with only one hunter bear conflict reported. Work on the First Peoples Buffalo Jump in Region 4, site work and concept planning both continue to move forward. The enforcement staff's been busy with patrols. I'm happy to report I was driving home on Highway 89 and I ran into Warden Drew Scott from Region 3 and had a really nice visit. and just reminded me of the quality of the staff with FWP out in the field. Just an excellent officer. In the region, for their 3 wardens working through their field training officer program, and are nearly finished with the training. Regional office held the R4 CAC meeting on August 30th. And just a couple of reports personally to better understand some of the revisions to the fishing regs that we'll be considering today, and particularly related to the Big Hole and Beaverhead. I sat down and met with Mike Duncan, who's the fisheries program manager in Region 3 earlier this week. I also had the opportunity to visit with Mac Menard of MOGA about a month ago regarding the ongoing work that he's doing with the elk management work group, and communicated with several parties, including Montana TU, regarding the fisheries regs that we'll be looking at today. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Brook and Commissioner Burrows, I forgot to remind everyone today that if you have met with any groups, then you need to disclose that during your report. So Commissioner Brook, any?
Yes, let's see. I met with the Greater Yellowstone Coalition, the Upper Yellowstone River Coalition. There was many groups there. I think there was maybe 10, which I could disclose that from the document. I'm sorry. I met with Trout Unlimited and Foam, and I think that's it.
Mike Duncan.
Mike, well,
What, just groups?
just group,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
not Fish Wildlife Park
Yeah.
staff.
Yeah.
I think that's it, but I can get the list of the people that I met with. It was like a TED Talks event at Chico, and I think there was maybe 20 groups there.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Burrows.
Yeah, I had a note about that. I forgot. Had a conversation with Brad Longcake from MOGA on the same issues Commissioner Walsh talked about on their elk plan and some of the season setting issues that they're working on. I had a meeting and we were looking at starting it in the Bitterroot Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife, Mule Deer Foundation with Chris Fortune, and Ravalli. What is their group? Ravalli Fish and Wildlife. We met and they're just want to start having quarterly meetings to talk about season setting and some of the other issues, mostly surrounding big games. So those are the groups I met with.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start out by saying I just had a long visit with Mac Menard with MOGA regarding this upcoming season setting. Just getting their ideas and thoughts, and anyhow, I'll move right into our regular report. Region 7, it's going to be kind of repetitive. Antelope and pheasant season is underway. So far, we're seeing a good harvest of average size antelope. Opening weekend check stations indicated about a 10% increase in harvest over last year's totals. There's lots of happy hunters, good opportunities, and it's been great weather, unlike our usually wet and rainy opening weekends. Pheasant numbers seem to be fairly fair to good. Lots of out-of-state hunters taking advantage of our long seasons, therefore creating a lot of pressure on those birds. Rifle season, as everybody knows, starts this weekend. The youth hunt opportunities are actually starting today and tomorrow. So the rest of us get to go out there starting on Saturday. The spring and summer moisture we received this year has been advantageous to mule deer survival and reproduction. Although biologists are hopeful for increased recruitment, we were only one wet summer past the previous 4 years of drought. So the Region 7 spring flight data shows the region below long-term average for mule deer numbers. And hunters, basically what we're saying is they need to have realistic expectations for the deer season in Region 7. Deer numbers are down following the prolonged drought, and hopefully our wetter weather pattern this past summer will help continue to improve that population. A neat thing that they're doing in Region 7 is they've got Mule Deer Mondays, which is a series on Facebook on the Region 7 Facebook page that's produced by our Region 7 Information Officer Marla Prell and our Wildlife Manager Brett Dorak. This quick segment produced every Monday is helping to inform the public as the nuances of mule deer management in Region 7. Topics such as recruitment and sustainable population versus environmental conditions, or the mechanics of antler growth are just a few of the commonly asked questions that we find the public in general is seeking information on. I would encourage you to look at it. It's actually been pretty good. It shows a lot of graphs out there, and I think it's a very positive move where we're trying to improve the population of the mule deer in Region 7. Lastly, I've been asked by enforcement to remind folks who have an antelope doe tag for Region 7 to look closely at the tag. There are very few doe tags that were issued this year for the region, and most of which are specific to District 704 and 705. So people need to look at that very closely because they've had some violations of people hunting in the wrong districts. So just wanted to pass that along. And then, like I say, I had a visit with Mac Menard, and he's the consortium that they put together to discuss. It was a great coming together of a bunch of diverse groups to help us look into the season settings coming up in the next meeting, and had a good conversation with him about that. So that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Siebel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like the other regions, Region 5 has been busy opening weekend of antelope season. Overall antelope harvest was similar to recent years, but lower than long-term averages, with about typical hunter participation. One thing that was unique about this fall in Region 5 was the bear quotas, which most of our region has quotas, black bear quotas, were filled fairly early. Most of the bears were really low and active. Some of that was attributed to low white bark pine cone count, in the higher country. Probably the most exciting thing in Region 5 from a hunting perspective was the Big Snowy Wildlife Management Area is the first real hunting season opener with that just was approved and opened last year. There was quite a few archery hunters. I guess it was very busy. Not too many elk harvested. There was a lot of people looking for trophy bulls that passed up smaller bulls, and I guess a lot of them probably are eating their tags now, and which many of us do. There were some really nice bulls taken there. Probably one of the biggest advantages that was discovered with this is a lot of people are using the wildlife management area and the parking areas in particular to camp and to be able to access other areas of the Big Snowy Mountains. So that was actually an added benefit. They're bird hunting out of there, antelope hunting, camping there, and being able to go down and hunt some of the other public lands and Swing Woman Canyon on the south side and some of the other places. So that was a benefit and in a much better place to set up base camp. We saw did see a lot of activity early on, saw quite a bit of antler shed hunting this year. Again, bear hunting this fall. Expect to see a good turnout for spring bear this spring as well. Also at the Snowy Mountain Wildlife Management Area, the governor actually awarded the Team Big Snowy Wildlife Management Area a good work award, and Ashley Taylor was the lead of that. I got a whole list of people here. I won't read everyone, but I do want to congratulate the team, and I think that's a really big accomplishment and achievement for Region 5 and the whole state to get that approved and keep that wonderful piece of land in public hands. On the fisheries division, the big news there is the work is still continuing on the 2022 flood response, and then the derailment of the train that happened and the spill into the river. And the big news from there is there's actually what's put in place right now is a fish consumption advisory on the Yellowstone River. And I actually was just looking up the exact details. But right now there was a trace above background levels. They detected polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, which PAH, above the background level. So DEQ and FWP have issued a consumption advisory. So it's not a prohibition, but an advisory from the Indian Fort Fishing Access Site near Reed Point to the Highway 212 bridge in Laurel. And that's just an advisory not to consume fish caught there. But there is, so that's a big deal. And it really goes to the point of whether the cleanup there is done or not. There have been additional samples taken, and they're continuing to look at those levels and see if the readings were an anomaly or if that's going to be something that's going to continue. So just watch for that, especially if you like to fish the Yellowstone River in those sections. On the enforcement side, we had a wildlife auction gross over $82,000, and there's also a lot of investigations going on in the Roundup area. The wardens are continuing to work there, and they're coordinating interviews with California and Texas. And I'm excited about this because it tells you that even non-resident hunters that come in and violate our game laws. They're not safe back in their home state. So I'm glad to see that our enforcement guys are doing a great job and following the leads, and even if it takes them to other states. On the administrative side, we had a really busy week last week of apprentice certifications. We had a lot of youth coming in on Friday. The youth deer hunt was mentioned earlier, opens today. It's today and tomorrow for youth 10 to 15. And we're had a really busy week again this week with apprentice certifications. And I personally think that's a great program, and had so much positive feedback on the ability for these apprentice hunters to be able to go out at age 10. Communications, we actually are holding, we're Region 5, as everyone knows, is a hotspot for CWD. And we're holding, well, hopefully it's not a hotspot. We're trying to determine that, but we have had cases and detections. So we're having 2 workshops in Region 5, and I encourage every hunter to attend one if they can. October 25th in Billings and November 1st in Harlowtown. And this is to demonstrate and assist hunters with how you actually take the samples from the animal and preserve those and send those to FWP to be able to have them tested for CWD. The more samples we get in from deer, elk, antelope, moose, the better chance we have of detecting and really understanding how that's being spread in the population. So I encourage everyone to take the class. And if you already know how to do it, there's lots of instruction online with being able to collect those samples. And if you shoot an elk, grab the samples and send them in, because it's a great thing for the department to get that information and for all of us. Roosters for recruitment, pheasant release have gone really well. Just like we heard earlier from Commissioner Walsh, we had a big release in the Yellowstone Wildlife Management Area. Governor Gianforte assisted with those releases. Had lots of kids there. It was on September 21st, along with 3 youth hunters. They went out and actually did the releases, and so that's worked out really well. And it sounds like that program, which I know has had some controversy in the past, is still doing what we had hoped it would do. Other than that, I guess Mac Menard's been doing a good job working with all of us. But I also had a conversation with Mac Menard at MOGA regarding the consortium and recommendations that the consortium that they put together is making for the potential changes in the season setting process in our next meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Tabor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, under enforcement, pleased to say that we're almost fully staffed. We only have 1 warden vacancy left up in the Eureka district. You might recall that this time last year, they were down 5 wardens going into the big game season. So it's pretty significant that they're finally getting back up to running speed. And the wardens helped out pretty substantially in the backcountry, in particular with the fisheries. And I'll go into that in just a second. Obviously, they've been pretty geared up now for getting ready for the opening season. Fisheries has been staggeringly busy this fall. They had an all hands on deck bull trout red count. Just to put that in perspective, in a typical year, they might survey 16 streams. They've done 56 streams, and their target is 90 streams in total. So it's probably one of the best and most comprehensive bull trout red counts that they've ever conducted, which is going to be vital, obviously, in terms of informing what kind of decisions are made, and then obviously led into some of the decisions that we'll talk about today. All the surveys aren't complete, but we at least know that the South Fork of the Flathead is slightly below the 10-year average, and the North Fork of the Flathead is slightly above the 10-year average. And we're still waiting for some of the other drainages to come in. So pretty hats off, shout out to the fisheries group for that level of effort. They had 1 survey on the Middle Fork that consisted of a 26-mile day. So it tells you how badly they want to make sure they have great data to work off of. In the Parks and Recreation area, I don't know that a lot of people know this, but there's 2 truly outstanding resources for archery ranges that are part of Parks and Recreation, Big Arm and Lone Pine. And the uptick of use that's been happening there is pretty phenomenal. It's a really cool asset to have in the region. In wildlife, there was excellent participation by the youth in the waterfowl and the upland game hunts, and super positive feedback for that release of the pheasants at the North Shore and Foy's Bend from both the youth and adults. So again, shout out on that program. I feel like it's really taking us in the right direction. There's 2 pretty important projects going on right now. Right now, we have the Noxon elk habitat predation study, and we got an update by Zach Farley, who's the Thompson Falls biologist that's spearheading that. And it's very, very informative because of the manner in which they're looking at it. And I think it's going to open our eyes with regards to things that we're going to change. The other exciting project they've got teed up is evaluating trail cameras for conducting abundant estimates for deer, elk, black bears beginning this fall. One of the challenges we have in Region 1 is because of, the heavy cover from timber and what have you. It's not as easy to do the aerial surveys as it might be in other regions. And so we're really looking forward to seeing what the results of this and whether it can help increase our ability to more accurately estimate abundance. And they're gearing up, of course, for the check stations. And so, all hands on deck will be working the check stations beginning this Saturday. It sounds like everyone else had conversations with both Mac Menard and Brad Loundcake from MOGA discussing how and what the process is to get good ideas for season setting into the process. And they have some proposals that they've worked collaboratively with a number of groups. And so I listened to that. I also met on a fairly informal basis. In fact, my 5-year-old grandson was at my hip, and I was at the Swan Lake Huckleberry Festival and walked up to the Trout Unlimited little information desk and wound up having a really enjoyable conversation with the local representatives there. And in particular, they wanted to talk about bull trout and what's happening in the Swan and the Swan Lake and what tactics and techniques and things are still being applied because they're deeply concerned about the viability of the bull trout population. So I appreciated that input and passed it along to Region 1 folks. And I think quite a bit of their concerns were also addressed in public comment. I scanned everything in the fisheries thing and saw that quite a bit of what I was hearing was also presented there. So it was good to know that they're working all the different angles to get their thoughts forward. And that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'll start. I have not met with any groups, so I don't have anything to report on that. But the region has officially closed on the new property in Havre. The region will be planning for a regional meeting in January, probably in Havre, but it's to be determined where that's going to be for sure. The region's exploring a shooting range expansion opportunities in the Glasgow area. We had a youth pheasant waterfowl event in Havre with the Havre Trap Club, and the turnout was about 10 youth that attended that. The region Region 6 had the first Trapper Ed field day in September, and 4 students attended that. Circle Schools has had another successful Hunter Ed in the schools, and that's great that they're doing that. Working on a joint outreach with the DNRC to promote hunter ethics and awareness of rules and regulations. The region also met with the fisheries met with the Phillips County Commissioners in September and talked to them about 124 permitting. Electrofishing work is ongoing in the Missouri below the Fort Peck Dam. The Fort Peck Angler Creel Survey conducted in September interviewed over 2,000 anglers between May 15th to September 15th. The Havre staff has completed fall sampling surveys. Game fish populations on Beaver Creek, Nelson, and Fresno are looking very good, and forage conditions are also very strong. For the maintenance, there's a lot of fall work in preparation for winter and maintenance associated with increasing hunter use. They constructed a new picnic shelter at the Base Pond Fishing Access Site. Wildlife, Havre Urban Deer Hunt has started. The Circle Urban Deer Management Plan was approved by their town council, and it will be coming before us in the future. We have, the region has stackyard materials available for eligible landowners, so keep that in mind because there's I've seen a lot of stacks that could probably use some fencing around it. So, Biologists have developed 15 individual prospective migratory bird program projects, and they're reviewing with Habitat staff this week. And that wraps up my Region 6 report. Director, would you like to give a report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, I'd like to echo what I've heard from a number of members of the commission. Just our staff continue to be out in the field every day, working really hard, doing great work. I did a pheasant release myself last week. Had not been on one of those before, had not seen the facility at the prison in Deer Lodge, and I'm really impressed with both the work the prison has done and with the work that our staff continues to do out there. I think that is a good program. House Bill 290 took effect on October 1st. That was a bill by Representative Perry that revised the membership of the Wetlands Advisory Council. So that council has gone from 5 members to 7. New members have been appointed with the exception of Region 1. We're still looking for a member there, hoping to duplicate the success we've had with the Upland Game Bird Enhancement Council. That group has really taken the Upland Game Bird Enhancement Program to the next level. We're hoping to do the same thing with the Migratory Bird Program with that group, and partnering with agriculture and conservation groups to put that money on the ground. There's a fair amount of it sitting in that account. I think, as most of you know, we have a whole bunch of plans and rules in various stages of the process that we continue to work on. In the last legislative session, the department received, I think it was $7.5 million to deal with seasonal employee housing. So we've had a subgroup of our leadership team and others working on ways to put that money on the ground so that we can provide our seasonal staff with safe and adequate places to live while they work for the department during that part of the year. You may have heard, if you tuned into the EQC committee, that we have a number of enhancements planned for our licensing system next year, to include some significant enhancements to the online licensing portion as well as the mobile app portion. We're excited about those. And then we are working to conduct a survey of staff and just how they feel about the culture of FWP and what we can do to improve that. Contracted with, I believe, U of M to work with that. Our human resources manager, Jeff Kirksey's heading that up, along with a subcommittee of staff. And so we're looking forward to the results of that effort as well, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, we're going to jump into the fisheries. We'll start with an informational briefing on the drought conditions. Dr. Rice.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. For the record, Eileen Rice, that's spelled R-Y-C-E, and I'm the Fisheries Division Administrator. This will be your last drought update for the year, just to give a quick recap of the season. It was a fairly modest drought year compared to some of the recent ones we've had. We had a shorter season, less severe conditions. However, we did see some new areas pop up where we typically have not seen drought conditions, primarily the North Fork of the Flathead, which teetered on triggering fishing restrictions all summer long. We're going to continue to monitor that area as well as the rest of the state. But right now, with the expected El Nino conditions that are predicted, we are expecting to see restrictions in the North Fork and the South Fork of the Flathead next year, probably as well as, the more traditional areas where we see restrictions. The other point I wanted to make real quick on the fishing restrictions related to drought, as some of the commissioners have already noted, we now do have our new statewide fisheries management plan in place, which details now how the new rule for drought restrictions will be implemented. You can find details on that in section 1 of the plan. And then within each of the drainages, you'll see priority drought waters listed for cutthroat trout, bull trout, and sport fish. And I'll remind you all again about that as we come into the season next year. So with that, that's all I had for your last drought update of the year. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, thank you. I'll turn it over to the director for a minute before we start.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to introduce Mr. Justin Goody to the commission. You might wonder why he's up on the agenda in the fish regulations portion. We recently made a few changes. One of those is as Mr. Kujala has moved from chief of staff to the chief of conservation policy, really heading up the natural resource policy making piece of the director's office. We also consolidated our research capacity into a research division that is headed by Mr. Goody. So this first agenda item has a very strong research connection. And so that's the context in which he appears today, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. So I'm going to get started off talking about the fish regulation proposals, specifically proposals 27 and 28 in your fish regulations packet. So these are the proposed changes to the regulations on the Beaverhead and Big Hole rivers. The proposals are mostly related to fishing gear. So the idea is to move the current artificial lure single hook regulations from the entire Beaverhead to the tailwater section only in the upper part of the river. And then with no restrictions on the rest of the river, and then catch and release for brown trout below Barrett's diversion. And then on the Big Hole, the idea is to switch to artificial lures only, allowing for multiple hooks in the upper half of the more popular section of the river from Dickey Bridge to Browns Bridge, and then remove the gear restrictions below that to the mouth. And there was some confusion in the packet. We made a mistake. We highlighted that the spawning closures and the Beaverhead were part of this, but that was just a mistake. That's already in place. As you know, you passed that in June. So these gear restriction proposals are similar to proposals you reviewed in June as well. And we're talking about them now because they are related to a large scale research project that we've initiated since then. So we're starting a very large project in collaboration with Cooperative Fishery Research Unit at Montana State. There's three parts. First part, to evaluate the drivers of adult trout mortality. And then second part, drivers of trout recruitment. And the third part is to develop methods to estimate the total amount of river use by anglers and non-anglers. So everybody that's using the rivers. So each project, each of these parts will have a PhD student and will last 5 years. Several technicians, guidance from MSU faculty. So overall, a very large investment of energy, people, and money by the department and by MSU. The trout mortality and recruitment studies are focused on the upper Jefferson Basin rivers, including these two rivers, the Big Hole and the Beaverhead and the Ruby, as well as the Madison River. The recreational use project is on those same rivers, as well as the upper Yellowstone. So if you pass these regulations, what it will do is set up a situation that will specifically inform the adult trout mortality study, like what causes how much mortality is there and what are the causes of it. So we'll have sections of these rivers, the Beaverhead and the Big Hole, that are set up to have, and the Ruby in comparison, as well as the Madison, that they're in total. The different rivers will have different gear restrictions, including artificial lure single hook restrictions, artificial lures that could have multiple hooks or with barbs, and no restrictions. And it will allow us to quantify the relative effects of each of those regulations on adult mortality. We can compare mortality across those sections of rivers under these same flow conditions, low flow, high temperature conditions of the upper Jefferson Basin rivers, but also in comparison to the Madison, which usually has better flows and cooler temperatures. So that's the idea. If you pass the regulations, it will allow, while we have this research project in place, it will allow us to quantify the effects of these gear restrictions on adult trout mortality in this Southwest Montana area. So the current regs, the proposed regs in combination, our plan is to learn, quantify the effects of mortality. They're consistent with, you mentioned earlier, the statewide fish management plan that's in place. So the drainage plans, each of these drainages has an adaptive management plan where we discuss learning about these effects of these gear restrictions on mortality. So it's consistent with that. And the rest of the regulations are also consistent with those adaptive management plans in those drainages. So that's the general idea of these two proposals, number 27, 28 in your packet.
Thank you. Questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Burrows?
Justin, could you explain how you're going to monitor the mortality? Is it angler surveying or is it fish floating on the surface? I mean, how are we going to get a good number on?
Commissioner Burrows, thanks for that question. It's a large effort to tag fish. There'll be crews tagging fish as in all of these rivers. We'll be monitoring survival of those fish. We will also have crews doing creel surveys, looking for tagged fish, and we'll have ways for anglers to report harvest of tagged fish. So we can use all that data to estimate mortality rates based on recapture events that we'll do every year for the 5-year period.
Commissioner Tabor?
Madam Chair, Justin, I think this came up in the June meeting, but I mean, I like the idea of somewhat going to school on the different techniques and what does or doesn't have an impact on mortality. Because I remember when we were looking at modifying equipment, especially on the big hole, there was a great concern that is this really the time to learn when we have a population that we genuinely are concerned about and is under stress already. We know that. So could you just talk to that? Because again, I just want to be sure that we're not, I think the project is outstanding and we need that information because there's so much conflict in the literature as to how effective some of these equipment modifications are or not. And this will hopefully answer that question. But at the same time, it feels risky if we're doing it in a population area where we already know that we're at risk.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for that question, Commissioner Tabor. So from the literature, we can hypothesize that there will probably be a big difference between no restrictions and artificial lures. We would hypothesize that beyond that, we might see minimal differences, but you're right. We don't know under these kind of stressful conditions. So what I would say to that is that we will be collecting data throughout. And if we get a signal that there's undue mortality rates that are resulting from these regulations that get put in place, we can bring that back to you. These regulations are not forever, but we can keep you updated with information from the study.
Commissioner Brooke?
Yes, thank you. One more question. You, I know had some pathology that was performed on some fish, I think from the big hole. Has there been any results from that?
I'm going to look back to Dr. Rice here. I don't think so, but I'm not sure if we've got results back from yeah, there's nothing unusual. The same organisms. I don't think we've found anything. All the results are not back yet, but so far we haven't found anything that we wouldn't expect to be there.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Burrows?
Sorry, simple commissioner mind. You're gonna have to connect the dots for me. I'm trying to figure out. So the study, what we're trying to figure out is single barbless hook versus barbed, potentially treble hook mortality. And I guess I'm having a hard time connecting the dots on how creel or a fish missing out of the river. I'm just not seeing how we can see if somebody's got 5 fish in their creel, how are you going to know whether that was from a mortality of a barbed hook or not? I guess I'm not connecting the dots on how we figure out whether a single barbless hook is less or more lethal than a barbed treble hook based on that surveying and data.
That's a great question, Commissioner Burrows. Thank you. So I wasn't clear about that. So because we have the regulations set up in different sections of the rivers, we'll have mortality rates from each section of the river with different regulations. So in places with artificial lures, people can still fish with a single barbless hook. So it's not necessarily everybody's fishing with treble hooks with barbs, but we know the regulations are set up to allow that. So we will have mortality rates from the different sections with the different regulations, if that makes sense. And I don't know if anybody would add any more than that, but that's why it's important to set up the regulations this way so that we can, when you put regulations in different sections, does it lead to increased mortality rates or not?
Do you have a follow-up?
I guess that's still not connecting the dot. A that decision has so many factors. I mean, osprey, creel, hunters, fishermen in general, just whether those sections tend to be more for food versus sport, and those sections it just seems like there's so many factors. And the factor of whether you put a fish in the creel, depending on whether it got a hook in the gill and is maybe bleeding versus I just came here for 5 fish. So I guess I'm really failing to connect the dots on mortality on these hooks, like I said, versus what's in somebody's creel, unless you're talking to those fishermen and saying, why did you keep it just because you were here for food, or did you keep it because the treble hook killed it? I'm struggling with how that data is going to help determine mortality. And like I said in the June meeting, it's what the percentages are, I don't know, but it seems pretty common sense that a barbed treble hook is more lethal than a single barbless hook.
Chair, Commissioner Burrows, with your indulgence, I might be able to try to help here. So as Mr. Goody mentioned, there's different gear restrictions on different parts of the river. So you make a good point that there are other factors that impact mortality and survival rates. So the concept is that all those other factors are equal. The one thing that we're changing is the impact of the gear restriction. So the creel surveys themselves are not really the information that we're looking at. What the biologists will do is through the tagging work. So this is really similar to how we do population estimates for many of our systems. They'll tag fish and then they'll do recapture runs. And then they'll know that based on the fishing activity in those different sections, if the population numbers come back different in those sections, then the one thing that we have changed between those sections is the gear restrictions. So that's how we're able to compare it with the assumption that all other things are equal. So hopefully that helps a little bit with the understanding.
Thank you.
Commissioner Walsh, did you have a question?
I do. Yeah, just a quick comment and then a question. I agree with the sentiment that Commissioner Tabor voiced, that it just still strikes me as wrong to be testing methods of take on a troubled fishery. Now, I've met with Mike Duncan, as I mentioned in my report, and visited with Trout Unlimited and read the public comments, and I'm going to support this proposal today. But also in my dialogue with Mike Duncan, and to be clear, Commissioner, I don't think that we're approving barbless hooks anywhere in these proposals. And in my visit with Mike Duncan earlier this week, we discussed the fact that there's, as we learned in the Madison River Work Group meetings, that 25 to 30% of the Madison River trout are now showing hook scarring. And while this is an adult mortality study, I sure hope we'll be measuring hook scarring in these sections of rivers where we're allowing treble hooks as opposed to the other sections. And as part of our dialogue, we said, why don't we try barbless hooks in some section of the Madison and see if we can move that scarring number down. I've got a great deal of personal experience with barbless methods of take and have found it much easier to release fish without any damage to their jaw or mouth. So I would advocate strongly for picking a section of the Madison and moving to barbless single hook regulations. I know Mike mentioned the Valley Garden section. I don't really think it matters which section, but let's try it. And the same spirit of testing and learning that we're talking about today on the Big Hole, let's test it out on the Madison and see if we can improve fish health.
Any further questions or comments? Thank you. Somebody
Madam
like?
Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the 2024 fishing regulations as proposed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Brooke and Commissioner Tabor, thank you.
Chair, sorry to
ahead.
interrupt, but I might look to legal here. We haven't actually made the proposal yet for the rest of the regulations.
Okay,
If you would like me to do that just for the record.
okay, go ahead. I
Okay.
mean,
Sorry, Chair. Mr. Goody presented on 2 of the proposals. There's another 40 in your package, as well as rolling over the rest of the booklet. That's the main part we wanted to get on record, that your decision space includes the entire book. So to get it on record that it's the 42 proposals that we've made and rolling them over. The other part I wanted to make sure you were all aware of is, again, with the statewide fish management plan, each of those proposals do recognize where the plan influences those proposals. And then just to point out, we got 108 comments on the proposals. Most of them were positive. There were some very specific comments and questions on some of the proposals. And we do have staff from around the state available if you would like to ask questions on that. Most of the proposals are cleanup type things, such as the ice fishing shelter language, the catch, kill, and report language. A few of them increase opportunity, such as spearing through the ice opportunities for northern pike, the Copper Mountain Kids Pond in Butte, and then a proposal to add bow fishing for Chinook in Fort Peck. There's also quite a few of the regulations have protection, increased protection for spawning rainbow trout, including on the Clark Canyon Reservoir and Ruby River Reservoir tributaries. And then a lot of our proposals are related to trying to be more consistent with how our regulations are for illegal introductions, particularly in the Western District, related to smallmouth bass and northern pike. I did want to draw your attention to one that has provided some controversy, which is making the movement of live crayfish in the Western District unlawful. This is a fairly popular activity with many in that area for consumption, where they like to transport the crayfish live. We're trying to treat crayfish here the same as we do any fish in the Western District, with concerns over the movement of the species themselves, invasive species, and potentially pathogens, including crayfish plague. So with that, Chair, I'd be happy to sit for any questions.
okay, thank you. All right, so just to make it clear, the motion on the table is for the entire
Correct.
regulations. Okay. All right, are any further questions before I go out to public comment?
I have one.
Okay, go ahead.
Following up on what Commissioner Walsh said, is there the potential to do it? I mean, I think that would be a good study as we're looking at the effects on more hooks. What about decreasing the barbs on a hook and trying that on a section of river to see if we get the opposite effect, especially in a fishery that's got a trout population issue?
Chair, Commissioner Burrows, as Commissioner Walsh suggested, that could be something we do on the Madison River that would be separate from the existing studies that Mr. Goody referenced, but we could do a barbless hook section on the Madison River and then compare that to non-barbless hook sections on the Madison. If you would like to propose a section, that would certainly make sense.
I would accept that, like, I would take that as a separate motion to the current, I mean, like an amendment to the current motion. If you choose.
I would like to do that. I would like, with the director's, indulgence here, I'd like to direct the department to select a section of the Madison for testing with a single barbless hook method of take.
Do we need to be more specific to take public comment on that, or? Mhm. I think you're gonna have to choose an area or have them come back to us for the next go around.
Would we have time to do that in our December meeting and still print the books on time?
Okay. So we're going to take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and get this figured out. All right, we'll go ahead and get started again. Okay, I think we had maybe, okay, first of all, what'd you come up with? What, do we have a motion? Or an amendment to the
amendment.
motion? Yes.
Yep. And the amendment, again, in the spirit of testing and learning, is to modify the fishing regulations on the Madison River from Varney Bridge to Ennis Lake to barbless artificial lure with single hook, allowing for 2 single hook rigs. And we already have language to that effect. So Dr. Rice is going to incorporate the existing language that we have going into the reg books. But the spirit of it is allowing for 2 single hook barbless rigs from Varney Bridge down to to Ennis Lake.
Is there a second? Okay, who second? Commissioner Siebel? Okay, we have a second. All right.
I have a question.
Or is that okay?
Chair
Go
Robinson.
ahead, Commissioner Brogan.
So Commissioner Walsh, are we saying there's going to be no spinner fishing on the Madison from Varney to the lake?
No, I didn't say fly. I said single hook artificial lure with barbless hook.
So do spinner fishermen use those?
Spinner fishermen frequently around the country use those. They cut off 2 hooks and crimp the barb on the 3rd.
Do you need more clarification on that?
No.
Are there I know someone had a question, and I think that's why you had the visit. Would it affect? I guess I need to know if it would affect the study that you were referring to earlier, what you've decided.
Madam Chair, this proposal's consistent with the research study. It doesn't unduly confound the relationships between the rivers and the gear restrictions. Dr. Rice, Mr. Kujal, and Mr. Goody have all agreed that it works.
Okay. Are there further questions? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, just to clarify what the director is, does the department see this particular amendment as beneficial, and the information you would get from this is beneficial, and would it help complement the study that's being done?
Madam Chair, I'd ask Mr. Kujal if he wouldn't mind answering that. Sure.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, in the spirit of understanding more, while this research movement is afoot, yes, it would have a specific tie to the Madison. Commissioner Walsh started the conversation with the hook scar comment. So there wouldn't necessarily be like the rest of the investigation that Justin Goody talked about. There wouldn't be a barbless stretch comparison across the other rivers, but there would be a barbless comparison available on the Madison. And all of that, like the director said, would still maintain the different stretch relationships across the rivers in the proposal that came into this conversation. Chair, Commissioner Siebel.
Follow up.
So Mr. Kujala, just to confirm this, then the Madison already has the same tagging, the same types of studies that will allow for mortality studies like the other rivers that we're talking about on the ongoing study. Is that correct?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, yes. And I'll go broadly, the Madison's relationship with the other rivers in the investigation that Justin helped us appreciate earlier this morning remains intact with this amendment. Check.
Any further questions?
Madam Chair, just a point of clarification. Is this a friendly amendment or are we amending the original motion, or are we?
I think I think it should be a separate amendment, and we'll go out to public comment on both the amendment and the full motion. Did you have something to add?
Just a point. I mean, we know now, based on a very high volume of angling on the upper Madison River, that the trout in the river being caught multiple times through the summer. And I just think this is very important if we want to It's not so much a mortality study, but a hook scoring study.
Any further questions? Thank you. Okay, I'll start with the people that are present, and I just want to remind. No, I want to. So I don't want to vote on the amendment. I want to go out for public comment before we vote on the amendment. Okay. So regional offices, if you do have someone there to comment, please turn your video on so I can tell. And if I accidentally forget you, please speak up. So, okay, we'll start with people who are present. 2-minute time limit.
Commissioners, Chair, thank you. My name is Mike Bias, B-I-A-S. I'm the Executive Director of the Fishing Outfitters Association, Montana. And I think pertinent to discuss the discussion today, I'm an active outfitter and a Big Hole Beaverhead permit holder. And also prior to my tenure at FOAM, I was Executive Director for the Big Hole River Foundation for just about 11 years. So the Big Hole is important to me. FOAM represents, however, over 1,000 professionally licensed outfitters and guides across the state, with our mission to protect and conserve Montana's aquatic resources and maintain Montana's commercial fishing outfitting industry. With regard to the proposals on the Beaverhead and Big Hole rivers, the management of the fisheries resource in Southwest Montana has been at the forefront of many interested parties, certainly, including FOAM and Montana TU and Fish, Wildlife and Parks, and for several years now, and especially this summer. Regulation changes proposed here today are science-based and have been vetted since at least 2021. I began talking with Matt Yeager, who's the biologist on the Beaverhead, about declining trout numbers in the Beaverhead and other rivers since 2019. These regulation changes are science-based. They incorporate a study design component that's critical, that includes the Madison, the Beaverhead, the Big Hole, and the Ruby rivers, to look at how fishing regulation changes play a role in adaptive fisheries management across Southwest Montana. FOAM understands and supports this long-term management idea that was recently dictated or described in the statewide fisheries management plan, which these proposals, these fish regulation proposals, follow and closely match. We support the changes. I think with regard, that was the fastest 2 minutes in a long time. We support the regulations on the Beaverhead and Big Hole, and generally throughout the rest of the state.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT, representing Montana Trout Unlimited. Appreciate the opportunity to comment today. We stand in full support of the package, and I want to offer a couple comments and set in context. First, I want to thank the division and the staff in the regional offices for their leadership on the statewide fisheries management plan. Where we are with that fish plan will help guide us through future and successive regulation conversations. So a tremendous amount of work went into that plan, and I just want to commend the staff and appreciate where that sets us on a course towards. Second, in specific context of proposal 27 and 28, I want to set in context a little bit of Southwest Montana. As Dr. Bias mentioned, we've been actively engaged for a number of years. I just want to stand up at this podium and thank the department and the director and the fisheries division for committing full-throated resources to this challenge facing Southwest Montana. The research design that you see in front of you as part of the fishing regulations is an important component of that, the adult mortality study, but there are parts of that research program that are even more exciting to me, specifically around natality and better understanding where recruitment is happening in the system. So I stand in strong support of proposal 27 and 28 as proposed on the Big Hole Beaverhead. I think this is important research that will help answer questions. And I would just reiterate a couple of things. One, catch and release stands. So for the concern about population level impacts, we're still going to have by and large catch and release fishing regulations on those rivers. So I'm not concerned about undue fisheries level population concerns. And second, this is an adaptive program. We'll be back at the podium next year doing the fishing regs again, and we'll have an opportunity to look at this and evaluate where we want to go from there. The last thing I'd just add on, and you can see our full comments, written comments, but on the rattlesnake proposal, I want to commend the department. Those of you who were around last time saw that there was some concern about the proposal the department brought forward on Rattlesnake Creek and Region 2. I think that those concerns have been adequately resolved through a lot of consultation with staff in the regional office and stakeholders. So thank you to the department for that. We stand in support of the proposals.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Jeff Lucas, Lukas, and I represent the Montana Wildlife Federation, our affiliates across the state, and our membership. The 2023 fishing regulation changes are extensive and reflective of the very dedicated work that FWP biologists and managers put in, and MWF would like to commend the agency for their good work. MWF would like to second Montana Trout Unlimited's statement, and we support their recommendations. But we would also like to point out that the process for rolling out these regulation changes has left much of the public with the feeling that they didn't have the appropriate opportunity to present their own proposals to FWP for consideration. We understand the desire to streamline the new process, but folks would like enough time between when the new fishing regulations are made public and the scoping meetings to be able to digest the new regs and formulate their own proposals and have them be heard at public meetings. This year, attendants to fish scoping meetings were not able to make formal comments, much less be able to propose any changes of their own. The following window for online commentary didn't seem sufficient enough for those wishing to participate by proposing their own ideas and having FWP staff hear them out. We suggest that FWP provide a little more time between the release of a major management plan such as this and the scoping meetings, with the ability for the public to make formal comments at the scoping meetings. This will help ensure that the public's trust in FWP remains strong and will allow the public the opportunity they need to participate in the management of their public trust. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make a clarification, though. This is not the management plan that we are talking about. It's just the the regulations, but those won't, the plan does not come before us. All right. Any further commenters?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Brad Longcake, Longcake. I'm here on behalf of the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association. You've heard a number of really good supportive comments, and we're not going to repeat those. One of the things that we really wanted to do was thank the commissioners for the ideas that they brought up about looking at different hook options. And I think that's very important when you're looking at mark recapture as well as the condition factor. I think it's also very important that you're utilizing these higher level education individuals to maximize those different resources that we have to us. One of the questions that we have, just thinking through this a little bit, is how will the department handle the migration of these animals as they move up and down, and when you're evaluating these different methodologies. And with that, though, we think this is a very good package, and we support the other individuals and associations that have brought forward the comments. So with that, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, we support this package. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further commenters? Do any of the regional offices have anyone that would like to comment on the motion? Okay. How many people do we have with their hands raised to comment online?
No one with their hands raised, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. So we will, can I change my mind? Sarah, I have a question. Can we just make it a friendly amendment when we have heard no comment that is in opposition to that amendment, and just add it to it?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So Commissioner Brooke and Commissioner Tabor, would you accept a friendly amendment? Commissioner Walsh, is as a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we're voting on the full package of regulations. Is there any other questions before we go out for a vote? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, Mr. McDonald, please. Thank you, Dr. Rice.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'm Ken McDonald. I'm the Chief of the Wildlife Division with Fish, Wildlife and Parks. We have one item before you today, which is approval to remove and sell some logs off of the Marshall Creek Wildlife Management Area. Just a little background. The reason we're asking for this is there's a requirement that the commission approve disposal of real property associated with our wildlife management areas, and trees are considered real property. So the trees we're talking about are the result of some fire suppression activities on the Marshall Creek Wildlife Management Area this summer related to the Colt fire. They were using the road through the WMA as a fire line and had dropped some trees to help reinforce that as a fire line. As a result, we have some trees that are down and stacked along the edge of the road. So we just would like your approval to salvage those trees and haul them to a sawmill. The amount of trees we're talking about is 12,000 board feet or approximately 3 logging truckloads. So it's not a huge amount, but this would get them off the road and help make sure we don't have a future bug problem. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, we're just looking for your approval to proceed with that.
Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the department's proposal to remove and sell log decks from the Marshall Creek Wildlife Management Area.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Siebel, Commissioner Tabor, second. Any other questions? Okay, all right, thank you. Is there anyone present who would like to comment? Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment? Okay, what about, and is there anyone with their hands raised?
No one online, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, with no commenters, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Does anybody need a break at all? Okay, we're good. All right, the next one, we're going to go into the Half Moon Slough Working Group recommendation. The presenter will be Ms. Stockwell, and then I have, for these different petitions, I have allotted 5 minutes for the petitioner also after the presentation to start. Oh, go ahead.
Madam Chair, if I might, before we jump into this, there's been some questions from some folks about how the department looks at these kinds of petitions in terms of the department's regulatory authority and statutory responsibility. I'm wondering if you might, Mr. Kujala has a good explanation there that won't take long, that I think might help everybody understand the department's recommendation here.
Yep, we would appreciate that. Thank you.
Chair, Director, rest of the commission and Director Temple, thank you. Yes, very quickly, and then to get to Hope's more specific presentation, I'll be speaking to both of the proposals, both of the sloughs on the agenda today, and tying directly to the Director Temple's comments, focusing on our regulatory responsibilities. We approached these two petitions looking closely at human safety and natural resource impact. And in both cases, we didn't identify human safety concerns. That's a look over time, if there have been any incidents tied to boating activity. And then for the natural resource, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, there's a consideration by Fish and Wildlife staff at the regional scale in response to that question. Is there impact here that we need to speak to as it relates to the current activity? I'm going to back you up. I don't know if you're going to cover it, but natural resources is way too broad of a term. Okay, sure. Thank you. So for us, that means fish and wildlife first and foremost in their habitats. And we haven't identified any direct impact to fish or wildlife species. And we haven't identified any habitat degradation that we can connect with a negative impact to those same fish and wildlife resources, Chair. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you for that sharpening of my focus. I appreciate that very much. So that being said, we came into, again, this piece, you see our recommendation to not support the recommendations that have come forward. That is tied to our assessment of human safety, fish and wildlife resource impacts, not seeing them, seeing Montana as an opportunity state. More regulation erodes into that opportunity by one definition or another. So we backed up to the opportunity position, which is status quo. Chair Robinson, members of the commission.
Are there any questions for clarification on that? Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members. For the record, I'm Hope Stockwell, the Administrator of the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division at Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks. And first today is the work group recommendations for the Half Moon Slough boating regulations. And Madam Chair, I apologize. Did you indicate you wanted to take them together or separately?
We probably better take them separately. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So starting with the Half Moon Slough, we received a petition requesting the creation of a no wake zone and placement of no wake buoys in Half Moon Slough on the lower Flathead River in Flathead County. This is due north of Summers, the community of Summers at the north end of Flathead Lake, just for a little bit of geographical reference. And currently there are no boating regulations in place there. On February 15th this year, the department convened a 10-person working group at the commission's request to review and discuss the petition, and the group unanimously agreed on a recommendation that Half Moon Slough be designated as a no wake zone and that a seasonal boating closure be enacted from March 1st through April 15th of the year. Again, referring to the comments that Mr. Kujala just made, the department considered the petition from the department's jurisdictional perspectives related to safety and the health of the fishery. And the department has not documented any boating accidents or other data pointing to an existing recreational safety issue, nor did the department identify any damage occurring to the fishery because of the recreational boating. And to be clear, that's not to say there were comments received related to erosion occurring at the site. And it's not to say that we don't recognize that as a concern, but it's not something that has impacted the fishery within the purview that we were looking at it. So given that, the agency has recommended that the commission deny the petition. However, that does not preclude the commission from considering other inputs in this discussion, including the social tolerances. And so we leave that in your capable hands, Madam Chair, and I'm available for any questions. We also have members of staff from Region 1 who participated in the work group who are available today for questions via Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Commissioner Walsh.
Just one question. If not the Fish and Wildlife Commission making a decision on this, who would?
I think that's my question too. I mean, if there is degradation of or erosion, where does that fall? If it's not FWP.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, we've had some conversations about this internally. The legislature is the obvious answer. If folks want a change in the law, that's the first place to start. If they think that if they want a change in use that doesn't fall under our concern, that's the first place to go. If there was a degradation to water quality based on the erosion, then that would be a place that they could go for DEQ as they regulate the water quality. Other than that, these are really private property questions for erosion, and there isn't a place for the state in those kind of conversations. But this body does have the authority to regulate the use, and whatever effects that use has, this is the body that regulates the use of the waterways.
But yet within the purview of safety and habitat, or, damage to the fisheries.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, that's what the department considers in our recommendations, but the commission can consider any number of things in regulating that use if they want to.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I kind of cut into your question. Did you have a
No.
follow-up? Okay.
I had one follow-up, and that might be for the citizens group that was involved in this, but what's the rationale for the closure between March 1 and April 15th?
Is there someone in the regional office? Yeah. Region 1, are you there? The petitioner will have 5 minutes. And so if we have questions of the petitioner, we can always ask that also.
Madam Chair, while we're waiting for Region 1, I did have a question potentially for legal. One of the commenters indicated that this erosion is getting dangerously close to Egan Road, and I guess it's pronounced Siblerud Road. So that then looks to be potentially either a county or Department of Transportation issue at that point. Can you maybe give us a little guidance in that regard?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, yes, that's correct. So if this becomes a public safety issue from the road, both be places that you could.
I see Region 1, you're up and running. Did you hear the question or do you need the question repeated?
Chair Robinson, yes, we did. I did hear the question. The question was, what was the purpose for the seasonal boat closure? And I was present during the working group meetings. And during that time, the seasonal closure was meant to be consistent with a boating closure we have on Church Slough that is there to protect migrating waterfowl.
Thank you. Any further questions for the region?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Siebel?
I actually had a question for the department. And this actually goes to the next two, both of this and the next agenda item on Lake 5. With regards, first, I want to thank the Region 1 and the Citizens Working Group that we put together to do this. And I'll admit that I'm the commissioner that got the working group, the whole concept of the working group started. I let the genie out of the bottle. We started with the Boulder River over in which is now in my region or covered in my region, Region 5, and had a proposal for a closure, had the working group, came up with a plan that nobody liked, and I think at the end of the day, I still feel pretty good about what we came up with there. But as we move forward and looked at this concept of working groups, I realized that what I had wanted to do with the original concept of the working group was try to come up with a more prescriptive, solution to all of these issues, so that we weren't getting petition after petition for every single river that had private landowners, every single lake. And as I see more of these petitions and I see the work group recommendations, I see that we're going the opposite direction of the way that I had originally hoped or expected, that this concept of the work group, that the work groups would eventually, we would coalesce around ideas. And I guess saying that, I'm not saying that the work, again, I appreciate the work of the citizens work group, and I appreciate that their concerns on these specific waterways. But my bigger concern is having this hodgepodge of regulations on every single slough on the Flathead and other sloughs on the rivers, other small lakes. I know there's a lot of controversy about what's causing erosion. How far away can you wake boat from the shore before the wave dissipates? There's a lot of science involved here as well. That I don't know is settled science here in this argument. But that being said, I guess I'd like to ask the department, that's posing these petition, is there a more prescriptive approach that the department would like to see in these? And I apologize, Madam Chair, if this is not appropriate time for the question, but I think with regards to these types of petitions and the department's recommendation, is there a better way or more prescriptive way, if there was, especially if it's going to be up to us to handle the erosion issue, if it is indeed from the wakes from wake boats and others, is there a more prescriptive approach to this that we should do?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, I'll do my best here. So I think, the department's concern, from our ability to enforce whatever regulation that you choose to pass, we share the same concerns. The Flathead system in particular is that river winds a lot, and there's lots of sloughs, lots of offshoots. Where am I? What's the regulation here versus across the river at the next slough down? So we share those same concerns. As far as a broad-based regulation to address some of these things. We've kicked it around in the department a little bit. Every one of these sloughs has some really different physical features to it. They see different kinds of use. We could, and I don't know exactly how we could do this. There are some general regulations about, no wake speeds near shore and things that are generally applicable on public waterways. This has really come to us, certainly in the last 15 years or so, as it's a user conflict issue. There are different kinds of use occurring on these waterways, and in some cases that use is compatible with surrounding landowners' preferences and wishes, and in some cases it doesn't appear to be. I don't know that there's a one size fits all. Certainly we haven't found one since the first petition that I remember seeing, which was Fennon Slough, maybe 2008 or 9 or something like that. So I'm not saying there isn't one. If the commission directs us, we can certainly look and see if there's something that we could make sense of. But as you point out, every one of there's a lot of opinions. There's a lot of points that are used on both sides of the argument, and sifting wheat from chaff there is difficult, time consuming and expensive. And so it just depends on what the commission's priorities are, what you want us to do. I know I'm beating around the bush here a bit, but I don't have a good answer for you. We've looked at this to see if there was sort of a standard place that we could get for the commission to say, hey, we'll consider this, in region 1 where most of these seem to occur, and we just haven't been able to come up with something.
Go ahead.
Mr. Director, just a clarification. Does the current rules about distance from shore and no wake apply to these sloughs, this statewide rules?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, I apologize. I don't have the boating regs in front of me. We can get the answer to that probably today. I hesitate to speak to it. I don't know if Sergeant Kilbreth in the room by chance. No, he is not. We can get you that answer.
Commissioner Walsh.
A quick follow-up for Region 1 on my earlier question. Does the FWP staff believe that closing this section of the slough from March 1 to April 15th will help in protecting migrating waterfowl?
Walsh. Commissioner Walsh, this is Neil Anderson. I'm the wildlife manager for Region 1. We actually don't have any data that suggests that this is an issue for especially Half Moon. There are some other sloughs where we have seen an impact. So it's kind of hard to say. It's the same thing that Director Temple had talked about. There's a lot of variation in this system, but we do know waterfowl use these areas. But is that having an impact? It depends a lot on the level of use. So I apologize. It's probably as clear as mud, but yeah, there's a lot of variation out there. We also have Captain Reiner here. He may be able to answer some of the questions about the regulations, if the commission so desires.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I just got some information. The 200-foot applies to lakes, but not rivers. Commissioner Siebel, the 200-foot no wake.
Commissioner Walsh.
Chair Robinson, I'm assuming that we're going to hear from this
Yes.
citizens work group before we make a motion or.
Well, here I'm giving 5 minutes to the petitioners. So on each one of these.
And then just to be clear, if we approve the recommendation today, this goes out for rulemaking and is open up then to public comment, and we'd see this again, correct?
Correct.
Yep, thank you.
So I think I will go ahead did you have something? Okay. I am going to go ahead and allow the petitioner to speak. I just want make a disclaimer that the petitioner is a family friend of ours. I usually do not vote as chair, but I just wanted that out to the public that I do know the petitioner personally. So Mr. Quigley, are you on there then? Okay, *6. I'm not sure. You need to unmute. I'm not sure if you're on. Okay, go ahead. You can have 5 minutes to state your case on this. So go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Commissioners, I wish I'd have known that this was a gathered meeting. I'd have made the effort to drive down to Helena to visit with you folks and see you in person. However, I thought it was all Zoom. So here we go. We, as landowners and taxpayers, we want to make it clear, like I did a year ago, that we are not opposed to any recreational activity on the slough or stopping fishing. That is not our purpose. The purpose is strictly erosion. I have submitted 6 different pictures. Hopefully you have all received those pictures along again with the petition that definitely shows erosion. The slough is only 32 acres. It is not bothered by horrendous natural wave action. It is strictly boat action. So if you take a quick look at the map that I also provided with you, the mouth of the river or the slough comes from the river. There is about a half a mile straight shot going west, and then you need to turn and go south. That is the area where boats, including fishermen, guides as well, drive extremely, extremely fast and cause a lot of wave action. And then they slowly fish back to the mouth of the river. As far as a quick comment about the bird migration or whatever, that's usually the lake is, or the slough is frozen. Waterfowl problems is not necessarily a concern. It's basically saving our land. This has been a multi-generational family farm, and the landowners are the same. They have observed and have witnessed erosion over the last 20, 30 years.
50 years.
And 50 years, and it's worse here in the last 10 or 15. So there are exactly 10 sloughs in Flathead County. And of those, the smallest is Altenburg Slough, which isn't really connected to the river at all, at 7 acres. The largest is Fenton Slough, which is 215. No, that is not the largest. I'm sorry. Egan Slough, which is 249. Church Slough, which you have heard petitions on this very issue, 195. And Fenneman Slough, which has a no wake zone at 215 acres. We are only sitting at a 32 acres on this slough. Recreational accidents are not a problem because they don't come in here and recreate. It's too small of a body of water. They want to go fast, they want to water ski, they stay on the river. So mainly it is just for the preservation of the land.
And the bank.
We are slowly losing our soils, sloughing into the slough. Eventually, you know, we can involve DEQ for erosion and pollution. You know, it could go on and on. That's not our situation. We just want everybody to enjoy the recreation that God gave us in order to be able to, all of us, be able to utilize it. Fishermen, recreational, us farmers that own the land, be able to keep the land. And
simple no wake zone.
Just a simple no wake zone. And how do you police that? That was one of the arguments from the commission that rebutted this. 95% of the people that come in there, they are very respectful. And I have observed even the buoy that is there, that I placed there 2 years ago and didn't realize that I had to go through this process to do this. However, as soon as they see the buoy, they slow down. So as far as policing it, people police themselves. So yes, you will have some rule makers. What are the ways that you can regulate this? Statutory law for lakes that are smaller than 35 acres is considered a no wake zone.
That is your 5 minutes. Thank you. And we can ask questions of you too. So hang on there. Are there any questions?
Thank you. And I just want to make one real quick point. Yes, we are friends, but I have never communicated any of this issue to Chairman Robinson, just so we could keep it clean and fair and above board.
Thank you. Commissioner Brooke?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Quigley, so did you say you already have a buoy out there saying no wake zone?
Yes, that is correct.
And is it working?
We have observed boats that come in rapidly in that half-mile stretch, see the buoy and slow down.
It's about 50-50.
Yeah, it's about 50-50. There needs to be more buoys towards the river because you can't see the buoy that is present from the river. And so
it's on the corner.
It's on a corner, and that is the bank that one of the commissioners brought up, that on the corner of Egan Road and Siberud Lane is eroding very rapidly, and then it's going to become a department of road department. They have to fix that. And so, yes, the buoy did work.
Commissioner Siebel?
Mr. Quigley, just a quick question. Thank you for your comments. By the way, have you done any riprap or any type of work on your property, or is anything being done about the road as far as riprap?
There hasn't been any specific riprap because of cost. Riprap, we're referring to buying huge boulders and placing them, having an excavator place them. I talked to one excavator, and just for about, well, you can figure $100 a foot is what he told me. And for 100 feet, it was way over my budget and our family's budget. None of the landowners wanted to go that route. There are a large number of brush and trees and vegetation along the river. Some of the pictures that I have supplied to you, I believe number 4 and 5, they show where the water is actually eroding the bank out from underneath the roots of the existing vegetation and caving the bank in on the slough side.
Any further questions? Commissioner Walsh?
Chair Robinson, would you accept a motion?
I would.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission grant the petition to initiate rulemaking and instruct the petitioner with the administrative assistance of the department to draft rule language to present to the commission.
Is there a second?
Nobody wants.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Walsh and a second by Commissioner Tabor. Are there any other questions before I go out for public comment? Okay. All right, is there anyone present who would like to comment on this motion?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I'm Jeff Lucas with the Montana Wildlife Federation. MWF supports alternative A motion to allow the petitioner and working group's proposal to move forward. We find it highly discouraging that the commission would ask the public to volunteer their valuable time and energy to participate in a working group and then deny the working group's proposal, especially when the working group came to a unanimous decision.
When folks are told by an agency to form a group to solve a local problem, we would hope that FWP would listen to this group's findings and follow through on them. Local working groups are formed to solve local issues and by getting stakeholders together to find a solution. This is difficult work and these folks are volunteering their time. When the requested advice is disregarded, it makes folks not want to participate in working groups, and we need local working groups to thrive. We hope that the commission sees the importance of supporting these working groups and advances this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify, the motion was to go with the working group's recommendation. So any other commenters?
Do we have to do more to do something?
No, no, we don't need anything from you, Mr. Quigley, but hang, just stick around in case there's questions after we take public comment. Thank you. Is there anyone in the regional offices that would like to comment on the petition? Does anyone have their hand raised?
No one online, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, with regards to the motion on the table, what I said earlier, and again, I was the one that started the whole working group. And again, I don't want to diminish the work of the working group here or the other proposal that's in front of us. It's really valuable. We all know how valuable it is. A lot of us have served on those types of committees within our role here as well. But my problem is that the concern I have about creating a precedent here if we do this now and understanding that what my intent was and what my thoughts were incorrect in the sense that this is not going to lead, from my perspective, to a prescriptive solution, but more to a specific waterway, slough by slough, lake by lake, stretch by stretch solution that I don't think is good for the public and just from confusion and simplification standpoint. And it's also, a lot of these are not this particular proposal. A lot of the proposals we've seen have been, restricting one form of use or the other, which I'm in favor of multiple use. So because of that and the risk of setting a precedent and not wanting to, spend the time and involve the department, everyone going through on the rest of this process of rulemaking, that I'm going to vote against the proposal on the table.
Are there any other comments?
Madam Chair. I'm like Commissioner Siebel, are very strongly oriented towards multiple use and not one user telling another user what they can and can't do. And so this particular petition really troubles me, but at the same time, I think there's some real viable data here that can't really be ignored. And I'm troubled by the fact that there isn't really any place to turn. We heard from the department that, essentially legislation is the only potential solution, and maybe the Department of Transportation. The part that I do like about this, both because of the public process, and I think Mr. Lucas's comments are well received. I also think that we should hear from more people. And so it doesn't mean we're making a decision to go with it. It means that we're making a decision to go with rulemaking, which then allows everybody to participate, including all the different users and everything else. And maybe from that, we can get to where you're trying to get. And so that's my inclination to let this proceed forward. First, they earned it. And second of all, this needs to be a statewide dialogue. We need to start talking about this because this is not the first and it won't be the last. So that's why I'll probably support the measure.
Commissioner Burrows.
Madam Chair, for some of the same reasons as Commissioner Siebel expressed, I'll be voting against it. The working group probably should take all the sloughs reference and get a standard set of rules for all those sloughs, but this seems like a shotgun approach, and I don't think I think there's going to be confusion of enforcement nightmare. And if there's a no wake sign up now, and I originally I'd heard 90%, and if it's 50%, it sounds like the no wake buoy that's there now is working just kind of ad hoc. So the closure from March 1st to April 15th, it didn't sound like there was data that showed that it does or doesn't affect the migratory birds. So I don't know what science we're using to close or even recommend closure during that time. So I'll be a no vote.
Any further comments? All right. I think I'm going to have you guys, go Commissioner Walsh.
I do have one comment, and that is, we may not like it, but this is the process we have. And as Commissioner Tabor said, I don't think it's likely the legislature is going to take up the Half Moon Slough issue anytime soon. And you know, I am advocating for moving this to rulemaking. I'm not necessarily saying that I'm going to support it, but I'd like to hear more from the public. Here we have at one of our earlier meetings advocated for putting a citizen working group together. They did that. They deliberated and they came up with a unanimous position on this proposal. I think it deserves to move to rulemaking.
Any further comments before I go to a vote? All right, I think I'm going to have you guys raise your hand so I can do a count on this. So all those in favor of the motion on the table, please raise your hands. Okay, we have 3. Okay, so all those opposed? Okay, now do I get a vote then?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. I am going to vote in favor of it. And the reason I am voting in favor of it is I don't think they really have any other avenues. This is not a great process and I don't like it. But I am with Commissioner Walsh, and I think that we need to hear the public comment and at least give them a chance to go through that, because I really don't see another avenue that's clear to me that they can go. So I vote in favor. And do we need to distinguish who could you raise your hands again? Who voted it? Okay, Commissioner Lane, Commissioner Tabor, Commissioner Walsh, and myself were the ones that voted in favor. Okay. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we are going to go to the Lake 5 Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Again, for the record, Hope Stockwell, Administrator of the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division for FWP. This petition is related to Lake 5, and the petition asked to prohibit wake surfing and the use of ballast tanks and devices to increase wake size on the Lake 5 year-round. Additionally, the petition requested a no wake requirement for all boats from April 1st to July 15th. On August 24th and September 5th of this year, the department convened a 10-person advisory group at the request of the commission to review the proposals and discuss. The advisory group reached a consensus on a recommendation to prohibit wake surfing and wake enhancements on Lake 5 until July 1 of each year, and then allow wake surfing and wake enhancements from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. beginning July 1st of the year. And wake enhancements would be anything that might be added to the boat, including weight, for instance, that could increase wake resulting from the boat activity. Again, in this situation, going back to Mr. Kujala's explanation at the beginning, the department considered the advisory group's recommendations from our purview and jurisdictional standpoint related to boating safety, public safety, and then also impact to the fishery. And we did not document any boating safety accidents or other data pointing to an existing safety issue, nor did we identify any damage occurring to the fishery being caused by the motorized use of Lake 5. And so given that the agency recommends, based on our purview look, that the commission not move forward with the request. But again, this is in the commission's purview, as you're all familiar with the discussion and standpoint we've discussed this morning. And so we leave it in your hands. On hand is Deb O'Neill, who participated in facilitating the working group if there are detailed questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Are there, okay, Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, Ms. Stockwell, just you said consensus, and I think if I read through the materials correctly, the working group, there was some dissenters. Is that correct? I just want to make sure I understand that.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Siebel, I would refer that question to Ms. O'Neill, please.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, my name is Deb O'Neill, O''N''E''I''L''. And if I understood your question, yes, there were 7 people that voted for it and 3 that voted against.
Madam Chair, I have a follow-up question for Ms. O'Neill. In the process, I think I read somewhere where there was a portion where the public, if you will, could also comment to the committee. Did I read that correctly, or am I just confused?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, yes, we allowed public comment at both of those meetings, and we had several members of the public comment.
And how would you characterize the different type of testimony? Were they all lining up on one side, the other side? Were they split? Was it quite a bit of controversy?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, it was fairly split. I think a lot of the focus was on erosion. And of course, as Ms. Stockwell mentioned and Mr. Kujala mentioned, that's something that's not really in our purview. But there was a lot of focus on erosion and loon nesting. And the loon nesting, there's one loon pair on the lake that wasn't impacted by the wake boats.
Any further questions? Okay, we also, I guess I don't have the name of who is going to speak for this.
Madam Chair, we had not been told who the main presenter was until the meeting began. And I still don't know who's presenting on behalf of Lake 5.
Okay. Are they on, excuse me, online?
There were 4 who had registered that I believe had comments.
Okay. As before, I'm giving 5 minutes total for who wants to present as the petitioners for this Lake 5. So I do not have your names, but it's 5 minutes total. So whoever wants to go. Okay, I see Lindsay Bennett. Okay, go ahead. Okay. Susie Frederick, is that who's going to speak to us then? You have to, yep, go ahead.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I learned to swim at Lake 5 at a very young age, and that is like over 50 years ago. Over the years, several of the boats have been getting bigger and bigger, resulting in bigger waves reaching the shore. The waves are wearing away the shoreline, but I know you guys have already kind of spoken to that. I've been using my paddleboard on Lake 5 for the past several years. I am a paddleboarder, however, I'm not an idiot, contrary to a comment made at an earlier meeting. I try to be respectful of the boats and I try to stay close to the shore. I cannot say the same for some of the boaters. It seems some of the boaters try to get as close as they can to a paddleboarder or a kayaker. I consider some of the wake boaters to be friends, and I don't want to jeopardize a friendship. Lake 5 is too small for those big boats. Lake 5 hasn't changed over the years. My paddleboard hasn't changed over the years, but their boats have gotten bigger over the years. Those big boats have outgrown Lake 5. Thank you.
Thank you. How much can you stop that? Did you?
Do
we have time left?
Madam Chair, there are approximately 4 minutes left.
Okay. Then, so this should be just the presenters. We have a time for, or the petitioners, we have times for comments. So Dan Simonson, if you would like to go.
Yes. Thank you for Madam Chair and Commission for allowing the working group for Lake 5 to take place. A strong majority of the participants and public comments did not seem to want any general increase in boating regulations, with the exception of ballast boats and wake surfing. Majority of participants and public comments showed genuine concern for the impact of ballast boats and a desire for regulation. The opposition to regulating surf boats came from surf boats enthusiasts and relatives of families with surf boats. There were also a couple people who are afraid any boating regulations are a slippery slope that could lead to the loss of other recreation opportunities like water skiing and inner tubing. Of the 10 members in the working group, 4 members were either surf boat enthusiasts or relatives of surf boat enthusiasts. This made coming up with an agreement on ballast boat regulation difficult. In the end, 7 of the 10 members tentatively decided to vote for a rule to only allow wake surfing after July 1st and only from 12 to 6 p.m. It's also worth noting there were no anglers present in the voting group. We're a little disoriented here with not having appointed this to begin with. I don't know if I should go further and say my own personal take on the language that was come up with by the working group, or if I should just do that as a public comment. Do you guys want me to carry on with the rest of my thoughts here, or how do we?
Madam Chair, 3 minutes.
You could go ahead. I mean, this will be it. You're it for the petitioners. So you can continue as the petitioner.
Okay. If I could write the petition over again, I would not include a no wake boat regulation and no wake for a certain time of the year. This confused many people in the area. There was a lot of rumors going around the lake that there was going to be a ban on all boating. And so it made people kind of hesitant. There was also a very close knit populace in the voting group, meaning it was neighbors that didn't want to offend their neighbors. And so it really did kind of make a difficult situation. The elephant in the room is wake enhancement and wake surf boats. People are concerned about it. There's a majority of people that are concerned about it. There's definitely a concern about taking that right away from the homeowners and the people that have the boats. There's a lot of money that's been invested. I would encourage the commission to not adopt this rule for July 1st from 12 to 6 p.m. after July 1st from 12 to 6 p.m. This is the time frame when most of the surfing happens on Lake 5. We're not going to do anything to help the impact. The only way to help the impact on Lake 5 is to actually ban all surf boats and wake enhancement from Lake 5 year round. The lake is too small for this type of activity. We want to see wise use. We want to see the type of boating on Lake 5 that makes sense. No wake surfing and no wake enhancement would increase public safety. It would decrease natural resource degradation, and it is an enforceable rule that has been adopted in Wisconsin and Oregon on certain lakes and waterways.
Okay, thank you for your comments. So the rest of the people that have their hands raised, we can take comments from you when we go out to public comment, unless there's some questions from the commission from the petitioners. But are there questions for the petitioners? Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, just to go back to a question I asked earlier, it sounds, as I understand, Lake 5 is obviously a lake, and as I understand from the enforcement in Region 1, there is a no wake rule in place already statewide on lakes.
Region 1.
It applies here.
Region 1, I think you said that you had your enforcement people in the room. Would you be able to answer that question?
Oh, shoot.
Okay, we can see you. Did you hear the question? Oop, your microphone's not on. Wrong button. Are there any other questions while we're waiting for Region 1 to come back up?
Madam Chair, I just want to be clear, and I don't know if Mr. Simonson is speaking on behalf of the petitioners, but it sounded to me like he was withdrawing the petition as it's stated.
He was the original petitioner, am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm asking the commission to look at this from your own point of view and take into consideration what's happened in the working group, what the original petition was, and be able to move forward with regulation on wake enhancement and wake surfing alone, because that is what really came out of the working group as something that's desired to be regulated, not the other part that was in the petition.
Okay, thank you.
And I do have another, as far as Lake 5 goes, Lake 5 does not have a no wake zone. It was actually, it's one of the only lakes in the state that does not have a 200-foot no wake zone. It's one of the only lakes that does not allow personal watercraft, and it also has a counterclockwise direction for boat travel.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm just trying to see if Region 1 is back up and going. Yes, there you go. See if you have audio this time. Nope, we can't hear anything.
Region 1, we can see you, but we cannot hear you.
Okay, well, I'd rather have the answer from official.
Madam Chair, if I might. Amy, can you unmute them manually?
It doesn't show that they're muted though. I think their microphone is not working.
Yeah, it's on their end. I wouldn't be able to do anything.
Thank you, Amy. Madam Chair, we could have someone call in and do a phone.
We just need the question answered about any kind of a no wake zone on there from the enforcement.
Just received an update from TSD. They have a tech that's at the room now that's going to try to fix the problem.
That would be great. We're going to take, let's just say we'll come back, we'll convene at 10:02. Okay, if everyone could be seated, please, we'll get started again. Okay, Ms. O'Neill, if you could answer, I hear you have our answer.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I spoke with Nathan Reiner from Enforcement in Region 1. And the regulations on Lake 5 are no personal watercraft. Ski and tubes must be pulled counterclockwise, and there is no 200-foot no wake zone. So there is no wake.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments or questions before we still need a motion, but is there any questions? Anyone like to make a motion? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, I move the Fish Wildlife Commission not accept the advisory group's recommendation for potential administrative rules regarding motorized restrictions on Lake 5.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Siebel, a second by Commissioner Lane. Any questions before I go out for public comment? Okay. Anyone present who would like to comment?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Jeff Lucas with the Wildlife Federation again. MWF supports alternative A and is again concerned that another working group is being asked to convene and their recommendations may be denied. Working groups are often the only way an equitable solution is found without the heavy hand of bureaucracy being injected into the issue. This is an opportunity to show that FWP is listening to stakeholders and wants to avoid things like the legislature getting involved in these really small local issues. So we urge the commission to move the Lake 5 Advisory Committee proposal forward, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning still, I think. Yeah, good morning, Chair Robinson, Commissioners. My name is Aaron Hollenberg. That's Hallenberg, here with the Water Sports Industry Association to express some concerns over this recommendation. Really just two. I submitted a written comment. The two just to express is that there is a real concern that this could incrementally creep into recreational boating since it is targeting just one sport or activity, I should say, at the moment. And two is that I think kind of speaking to some other concerns for earlier in another item is that kind of piecemealing restrictions across different lakes, across regions, we fear can cause or will bring concern among boaters and confusions of where they can do what at which lakes, even if it is just a couple miles down the road. Other than that, I wanted to just say that the WSA has a ton of information on education and safety around boating, especially wake sports and our wake responsibly. Would be happy to partner with that or discuss with anybody what we can do going forward. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone present in the regional offices who would like to speak? Okay, do we have any hands raised? Okay, Mr. Wild, if you would go ahead, there, 2 minutes.
Thank you. This petition has nothing to do with safety and nothing to do with the environment. The petition baldly asserts that wake surfing boats pose a serious danger to people on the lake, yet the department has not documented a single boating accident or safety issue on Lake 5 ever. The petition then suggests that these boats were responsible for a loon nest failing in the spring and for shoreline erosion. However, they could not be bothered to provide even a single shred of evidence to support either of these claims. I personally provided to the working group boating density literature and federal government water and land recreation opportunity spectrum guidelines. They were all ignored. It is clear that this has nothing to do with safety or environment. So what is the real purpose? The answer is simply that they don't like wake surfing. They say so in their own petition. Quote, the majority of Lake 5 resort guests prefer a serene nature experience listening to common loon calls, swimming, and paddling man-powered aircraft on Lake 5. There you have it. A Lake 5 campsite is trying to use the department's rulemaking process, not for the health or safety of Montanans, but to please the campsite's target market and an extremely vocal minority of property owners. The Friends of Lake 5 believed that they could outlaw what is many lake residents' favorite pastime simply by writing you a short letter peppered with environmental buzzwords. And for what? For their own personal gain. It's absolutely shameful. The Montana Supreme Court made clear in 2008 that any administrative rule at odds with the information gathered or not supported by substantial evidence will be struck down. Let me repeat, the committee provided zero evidence to justify this rule. Not a single boating incident, not a shred of environmental data. Therefore, this will be an easy case to resolve in a court. It will cost the department thousands of dollars to litigate, and you will lose. But regardless of that, if you pass this rule, many landowners will not comply with it. My grandpa bought land on this lake specifically to go boating with his children. His children grew up and raised us on the lake.
Thank you.
And now I, as a third generation lake resident, have the privilege of passing that on to my children.
Thank
Don't
you.
be fooled into believing they care about this lake more than we do.
Okay, Ms. Bennett, if you would like to go, please. You're not, go ahead. We can't hear you though. Okay. Is there a next person? Okay, Ms. Boylan.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, hello. My name is Susie Boylan. My family has been on the lake for 71 years and I was a member of the working group. I think that what is getting lost right now is what the working group actually identified as the biggest issue. We went through a pretty intensive exercise about narrowing down what the largest common concerns were for the largest number of people in the group. And the one that rose to the top very, very clearly was competing uses. This is a very small lake and it is a very crowded lake. And I would urge the commission to adopt the recommendation to initiate rulemaking simply because this recommendation fundamentally does respect multiple uses and does make it very, very clear when people can use or shouldn't use their personal preferred way of being on the water. I think that this is exactly the kind of thing that working groups are supposed to do. Take the stakeholders and come up with a plan that most people agree with and can live with. This rule respects people who want to be out during times where there are no wake boats, and it respects the people who have wake boats and do wake surfing. I do think that this is the kind of rule that this process is intended to come up with. It's local, the stakeholders are there, and I completely understand and respect the concerns about sort of doing the slough by slough and lake by lake. But the flip side of that is that there are rules that might work for a 29-mile long flat lake like Flathead that are not going to work for a 150-acre lake like Lake 5. That group worked really, really hard. The multiple use concern was the one that came to the top. That's the one that was addressed, and that is the consensus that was reached. So I would urge the commission to adapt the recommendation and initiate rulemaking.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, Ms. Frederick.
I just wanted to apologize for speaking out of turn and reiterate what I said. If you wish me to repeat it, I will, but I just wanted to let you know I apologize for speaking out of turn.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have the Pinskys. If you'd like to speak, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Lee Pinsky. I'm speaking first on behalf of my wife, who is not here because she's attending a conference at the Montana Lakes Conference in Whitefish.
Okay, just, you have two minutes total. So I just want to make sure you know you just have 2 minutes total.
Well, both of us registered to speak, so I would hope that I get 2 minutes and my wife gets 2 minutes.
No, if she was there, then that would be the case, but you have 2 minutes.
Jean has lived part-time on Lake 5 for 70 years. She is president of Friends of Lake 5, a volunteer organization with the goals of protecting, preventing, and restoring the environmental water quality of Lake 5. Jean has also chosen to participate on FWP's advisory committee on this particular issue. The Citizens Advisory Group, after 10 hours of intense study, did develop a compromise solution for dealing with the wake boats. A solution for this is what FWP asked those 10 people to do. And now FWP recommends a denial of the Citizens Group recommendation for helping to solve the wake issue. The Citizens solution is a mediation agreement. It is what FWP asked for. The denial of the Citizens resolution accomplishes nothing, and the major problems of the wake boat world and destroying a property on Lake 5 will continue into the future and will be back in FWP's desk. In my comments, I've been a fisherman on Lake 5 for 50 years. I followed the advisory committee's activities regarding Lake 5, and I find their solution very workable. I draw the attention to FWP's recommendations of rationale. First, it does not do the commissioners any favor. The authors of the agency have no data that they recommended regarding boating safety and no data on shoreline issues. That's all true. No data on water quality, no data on high water marks, no data on boater safety. Basically, it has no data on anything concerning Lake 5. I would basically say go with the advisory committee, because as you go down the road, you're going to be back on this particular thing.
Okay.
Last but not least, you might be in violation of Article 9, Section 1, Part 1 of the Montana Constitution vis-a-vis
Thank you
recent
for your
court decision
comments.
held.
Okay, Mr. Simonson, I'm not going to give you 2 minutes because we gave you the 5 before. Is there any other commenters?
Yeah, actually, can I use my computer here so that Lindsay Bennett can actually present hers? Can you switch it to hers, and then I'll just make a small, not 2-minute comment?
No, your comments have already been heard, so I will allow Lindsay to make her comments.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is a supporter of Montana Public Radio. Their sponsorship announcement states that FWP is working to protect Montana's water. In my observation, allowing surf boats on small lakes and waterways contradicts this claim. Surf boats are designed to create a large wave by filling ballast tanks with surface water. Even when empty, these tanks cannot be fully cleaned, increasing the risk of harboring and transporting aquatic invasive species. Lake health is determined by water clarity. When surf boats travel through shallow water, they stir up and suspend sediments in the water column. Wave action from the surf boat waves erode soil from tree roots on the shore, and trees are blown over. Muddy water then runs into the lake without a vegetation buffer to filter it. Water, once a clear glacier blue, turns green and then brown. Boating is a privilege. Clean water is a constitutional right. Let's keep it blue, Montana. Restrict surf boats to large, deep bodies of water. Lake 5 is too small for big boats. Please allow rulemaking so the public may participate.
Thank you. Are there any other people with their hands up? Okay, Mr. Ridenhour. Go ahead. We cannot hear you on this end. Okay, Mr. Wilkins. You are still muted. *6 if you're on your computer, you just need to unmute, or *6 if you're on a phone. Amy, is there any way to manually unmute him?
No, I can't manually.
Okay.
He's the last one with his hand raised.
Okay. I'll give you one more chance, Mr. Wilkins, to unmute. All right. Thank you. All right, seeing no other commenters. Go ahead, Mr. Tabor, or Commissioner Tabor.
Madam Chair, Ms. Allen, I have a question. So we heard from, I guess O'Neill, I'm sorry. Another senior moment. I've been having a few of these lately. We heard from law enforcement that there's no personal watercraft and a no wake. How did those rules, anybody know the history of how that promulgation or those rules got set up for Lake 5, what the mechanism was? And was that done through FWP or?
It was, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, I don't know the details of that. I don't know if council could help there. But it was a settlement that we agreed to a few years ago, I think in the early 2000s. And those were the requirements that we agreed to.
So when you say settlement with whom over what?
I can get you that information. I am not exactly sure.
But Madam Chair, Vice Chair, there was a lawsuit over this, and that was the settlement they're referring to, was part of that lawsuit.
So was the lawsuit to the state of Montana or to FWP, or was it between homeowners or?
FWP.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Brooke?
I guess I feel like that's really important for us to know about making a decision about this. What was the lawsuit about? Was it a wake zone? Was it erosion?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I apologize because I wasn't prepared to answer all of this in the details, but it was about Paul's Memorial Fishing Access Site and the regulations to exempt Lake 5 from the 200-foot no wake and prohibit personal watercraft, require the single direction. That was what the subject of the litigation was about and where the settlement ended.
Did you say to exempt the 200-foot wake? No wake?
The department brought regulations to the commission to exempt the lake from the 200-foot no wake zone. And the commission subsequently approved that regulation as proposed.
Any other questions?
By some extreme chance of luck, is there anybody in Region 1 that has any details regarding that? Because if the department, it seems we have somebody here in the audience.
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members, Bill Shank with Land and Water Program. I was an attorney for the department for a number of years before taking the current position, and I do recall and was involved in that settlement. FWP, and I forget the exact dates. It's been a while since I've reviewed the material, but it was in the 2000s that FWP received a donation. It was in memoriam to individual had passed and his family decided to make a donation of land. The idea being to open a public access site on Lake 5. There were owners there who opposed that, and the department initially agreed to look for another viable site where they could acquire land and actually settled. Actually, it was a financial donation to begin with. They identified this site on Lake 5 for public water access. And then the department, pursuant to an initial settlement, looked for another one, but landed back on this spot as being the best. That was also contested, and that was settled. Part of that settlement that allowed the department to go ahead and develop that access point was that the department agreed to take to the commission a recommendation for the water use rules that you've been informed of today.
And Mr. Shank, so who was the other party? Was it this coalition of Lake 5 owners or Friends of Lake 5, or who was the opposing party on this?
Mr. Vice Chair, if I recall correctly, there were two primary plaintiffs. I can't remember. One was a Walsh family, one was somebody else. One of whom happened to be an attorney and I believe represented both plaintiffs.
Madam Chair, members, just quickly doing a quick search. The report from FWP, I found the summary of the case that was given to the Environmental Quality Council back then, and this would have been a report made to the EQC in 2014. The litigation involved two landowners, last names Walsh and Taliff, and it was settled in 2010, and the rules were adopted in 2010 according to the rules posted online.
Commissioner Lane.
But just so I understand this right, so in that settlement, they wanted to have that wake zone exempted, or this lake exempted from a wake zone, which seems counterintuitive to me. That's what I'm confused by.
Commissioner and members, at that time, the plaintiffs were concerned about increased boat access and boat use of the lake that would result from public access to the lake. And so they advocated at the time for these use restrictions.
But Mr. Shank, I think what the question is, it seems to me that if you exempt a lake from no wake, that's not a restriction. That's a opening the floodgate from the standpoint of erosion protection, everything else. I mean, I get how the introduction of a fishing site would cause concern that more and different types of users would ever come. You would think that the foregoing restrictions would be, limiting it. Obviously, they limited personal watercraft, so that one makes sense. But lifting the no wake zone all the way around the lake, that's counterintuitive, really.
And Vice Chair Tabor, I understand what you're saying, and again, this has been some time. But if I recall correctly, the issue there was the fact that there's sort of a pinch point in the lake. It's an odd shape, and that 200-foot no wake zone applied at that pinch point essentially kind of cut the lake in half. So you're correct. The petitioners or the plaintiffs wanted a couple different things. They wanted to be able to use the lake, and they wanted to be able to have that boating, the ability to boat, but they also wanted and to restrict certain types of use and the safety of the one directional boating, but they also wanted to not essentially cut the lake in half in terms of being able to get up to speed and operate at wake speed. And I have to be honest, I can't recall correctly, if the department in the nuance of that had some advocacy that contributed to that eventual settlement and recommendation of that package to the commission.
I guess I have a question. If we went against what the settlement was and changed that, then is that fine? I mean, how does that work?
Madam Chair, the terms of FWP made the recommendation to the commission, so the commission's not bound.
Okay. Okay, so, and it was the commission that made those rules after your recommendation. So, okay, got it.
So Madam Chair, I see that we're probably moving towards a vote. The one thing that I'm real confused by is it sounds like the petitioner, and I'm not exactly sure who is speaking on behalf of the commission, the petitioner, but in midstream, it seemed like the petition as it was presented to us, it was asked for it to be revised. So that's not option A or that's not option B, that's option something else, which is not really in front of us. I mean, I guess we could revise the options, but if the petitioner themselves are saying they don't really want the petition the way it's presented to us to pass, then I'm not sure, why we're being asked to do anything. I
guess that is a question. I do have that question. Do we have to vote on it if the petitioner is actually pulling it?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, if the petitioner wishes to withdraw the petition, then there is no petition to vote on.
Okay. So, Mr. Simonson, just simply, are you withdrawing your petition? We can't make changes to it. So I guess if you could answer that, if you're withdrawing your petition or not. I think yeah, Mr. Simonson, if you could pull him up so we could. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I am not withdrawing my petition. I was under the understanding that when we were talking last February, that the commission has the ability to take an entire idea or rulemaking, or they can modify it as they're working with it, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. So that not being the case, I am going to call for a vote on the motion that we have on the table. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Thank you. All right, we're gonna do Crossbow when we come back for lunch. So we'll just continue on with the agenda, and then wherever we're sitting, we will start with Crossbow right after lunch. I just want to give everybody a heads up.
Again, for the record, Hope Stockwell, Administrator of the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division. Good morning, Madam Chair and members. Before you now are proposed rules on elk hunting, contractual public elk hunting access agreements and the block management program. These are proposed administrative rules of Montana known as ARM. Just some general comments in advance of both pertaining to our process thus far in considering these. And then, Madam Chair, would you like to take them separately or together?
I think we could do these together. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll start again with general comments on the process thus far with considering both sets of proposed rules. The draft rule proposal was first developed in early 2022 as we reviewed all of the access programs in the agency through the lens of our reorganization into the new Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division. So we looked at rule changes all for block management, elk hunting access agreements, unlocking public lands, and the public access land agreement programs. We reviewed all of those in a first draft with the Private Land Public Wildlife Advisory Committee at their meeting in August 2022 in Great Falls. We moved forward after that time with the rule changes proposed for the Unlocking Public Lands program and the Public Access Land Agreement program. Those were within departmental rulemaking authority, and we did proceed with those and adopted those very early this year, those changes. We waited on the block management program and the elk hunting access agreements to see the outcomes from the legislative session. We knew there were ongoing discussions there. After the legislative session, We met with stakeholders from ag and hunting communities in June and then and reviewed that draft that the PLPW had looked at. After that, the draft went through legal review regarding the governor's red tape relief project this summer. Alex Scolavino from our legal unit who assisted with that is here for fielding those kinds of questions. But the proposals you see today reflect that red tape relief process in which legal looked very closely and made changes to the initial proposal to best reflect what should be an administrative review rule. And my layperson's explanation on that is that A, we need to pull out language related to statute where that language is already determined in statute and this is redundant to that. And then B, we also really need to focus what's in the rule on what's related to enforceable items. So things, for instance, that are requirements of the landowner or the hunter that could be related to a hunting citation for a violation or breach of contract by the landowner. Those are what are more properly in ARM as opposed to what should be an departmental rule or guideline. And so what we bring forward to you today reflects that red tape relief review. And that second proposal is what moved forward for the commission's consideration. We did set up meetings again with ag and hunting community stakeholders to review the revised proposals in September. At the chair's request for helping with today's discussions, we provided a supplemental document for both rule proposals that walk through the rule notices with extra comments in boxes on the right-hand margins showing the strikes that are referenced where language would be is already included in statute and therefore would be redundant in ARM and is appropriate to remove. And then also language that based on that review of what's most appropriate to be in ARM, the enforceable pieces, and that the other language that's more informational that should be moved to department policy. And so you see in both of these proposals, those laid out in the margins. Madam Chair, I'll now move into more specific comments related to each rule proposal by program, starting with the elk hunting access agreements. The elk hunting access agreement rules are in 12.9.901-12.9.911 of the ARM, and the proposed changes remove outdated and unnecessary language and then update the rules to reflect current practices and statutory requirements. We did see House Bill 596 come through the 2023 legislature making changes to the program. So as proposed, repetitive statutory language and informational language that's better suited to inclusion in a department policy have been removed in the proposal in accordance with the governor's red tape relief project. Again, that supplemental copy has been provided to you. I'm happy to go through that in more detail if the commission wishes, but I would point out we had received comments suggesting that inclusion of definitions for full-time employee, occupied elk habitat, and successful public hunting be included in the rule proposals. Those have not been included. And I'll just quickly give the reasons for those. Related to full-time employee, that definition of employee is already included in statute and was revised with House Bill 596 this session. So legal counsel advised that that definition is in statute and that's where that properly belongs, that we shouldn't further look to amend that in the rule proposal. For the other two, occupied elk habitat and successful public hunting, legal review of that and advisement was that because that's not defined in statute and because of the flexibility that is required and recommended for looking at the program year to year, as we always are seeking to improve and evolve the program based on what we've learned in the last season and update our processes for best practices, that flexibility of that consideration be left to department policy and guidelines for that flexible reason. And an example of something that might come up year to year, we can assess the applications against latest site-specific conditions, for instance, weather, recruitment, mortality of species, for instance, as we think about what is for that year based on current conditions, occupied elk habitat, and what is the opportunity for successful public hunting. So I offer those as examples, Madam Chair and Commissioners, of the considerations we've put into that. Secondly, turning to the block management specific rule proposal for history there, The block management rules are located in the administrative rules 12.4.201 through 12.4.210. These have not been updated in more than 25 years since they were first adopted in the mid-1990s when block management was made a more structured program. You might recall it began as a grassroots effort in the 80s through landowners and the agency. But again, these proposed changes you see before you today remove outdated and unnecessary language and update the rules to reflect current practices, things that have evolved in the last 25 years, and also the statutory requirements. The block management statute was updated in 2019. So as proposed, repetitive statutory language and informational language that's better suited to department policy has been removed in the proposal in accordance with the governor's red tape relief project. And again, that supplemental document looking at each of those sections where the changes are proposed and where that language would potentially move to if it's redundant already to what's in statute or in a policy proposal coming forward. And so, Madam Chair, with this high level overview and happy to answer any questions, FWP would recommend the commission instruct the department to file administrative rule notices to proceed with both of these rule proposals and their updates. Thank you, Madam Chair and members.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, Ms. Stockwell, just a follow-up question from last time that we dealt with these. One thing we discussed was the potential to set more criteria as far as the ratio of, if you're a landowner, of bull to cow permits. If you're going to receive in either sex tag, you have to allow at least one. We talked about those types of guidelines, and I was told, I believe, that had to be done legislatively. And I'm curious if anything changed with regards to that in the last legislative session.
Mr. Siebel and Madam Chair, I do have the legislation here to review with you. One of the instances that you refer to, and I'm just getting my security code off of my phone. I apologize. We like to be secure with our information. Proof in practice, here we go. One of those changes you referenced is that like opportunity between what the landowner is requesting for themselves and then what's available to public hunters. And so the language was revised such that that first tag must be like opportunity based on what is being given to the landowner. And then that public hunter selected by the department would receive that same opportunity. The language in the bill, the bill as adopted also allowed the landowner. Existing statute prior to 2023 allowed the landowner to use that permit and license to hunt on their own property. And it was added by the legislature or on private property leased by the landowner for agricultural purposes. There was language that was debated back and forth in the session about whether or not the public had to have the same opportunity for the land that the landowner had. And there was an amendment back and forth, but where it landed is the public hunter also has to have the opportunity for the same land that the landowner can use through this opportunity.
Commissioner Burrows?
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission instruct the department to file an administrative rule notice on behalf of the commission proposing updates to the rules governing contractual public elk hunting access agreements.
Okay. Commissioner Siebel, second. Okay. Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, would you like the other motion as well?
Yes, please.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission instruct the department to file an administrative rule notice on behalf of the commission proposing updates to the rules governing the block management program.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Walsh. Okay. I guess I have a question for you. We got a lot of emails from different people about public firearms on public lands. Where is that within administrative rules, or I mean, is that something that's not before us?
Madam Chair, members, that is not a question in front of you today with these proposals. That is related to a different set of ARM proposal that's been out for public comment through the Montana Administrative Procedures
So it'll be
Act.
in future.
You will see that come back to your December meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are there any other questions? All right. Is anyone, I'm going to take comments on both of these, but if we have a lot of comments for both. I'll be a little bit more lenient is what I guess I'm trying to say. Since we have two motions on the floor, but I will take comments for both at the same time. So.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I'm Jeff Lucas with the Montana Wildlife Federation. Should I start with EHAs and then do separate block separate? Okay, thank you. EHAs, formerly called 454s, are an important part of elk management and a unique opportunity for the public to pursue elk on private lands in Montana. MWF understands the necessary changes in EHA language due to House Bill 596, but we are concerned with moving other elements of EHA arm rules to department policy. These moves don't appear necessary, and should these move forward, we look forward to getting a better understanding of why these changes are deemed necessary. So then block management. Madam Chair, members of the commission, Jeff Lucas with MWF again. MWF opposes filing an administrative rule change notice with the Secretary of State on block management because it could potentially erode the foundation of block management. Arm rules have the force of law, and without the force of law behind them, when they are moved from a rule to a departmental policy, they can be changed by a future agency leadership without public approval or even public knowledge of said changes. Policies can be changed or not enforced at the discretion of agency leadership. And that lack of transparency could lead to degradation of an incredibly popular program. It could lead to mistrust among cooperators and hunters as well. We fail to see the need for this particular change of an incredibly popular program and ask that the commission votes in opposition to moving this arm change forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Thomas Baumeister. I'm the vice chair of the Montana chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. Thank you for taking a comment. We stand in opposition to this, and I really want to explain why. Because we have worked through this process, worked with Hope and her staff in good faith. We submitted written comments. We were part of conference calls, like we were in the weeds. We were talking about this stuff, and it all looked really good to us until we realized this probably way too late, that what is being removed speaks to the purpose, the process, and the qualification in both of these programs. So no argument, no disagreement. If there are redundancies, let's clean it up. If there's clarification, let's do this. But what we're doing here is we're taking something out of rule and putting it over here, but just putting it over here is not clear what that means. So our concern is just like MWF's. What is going to happen here when these programs are subject to a different operating environment? So that's our concern. So we stand in opposition on the basis that we simply don't know what's going to happen with the language that we're going to remove. And our suggestion is simply, not that it's our place, to just add some of it back in. It's good stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See nobody present. Any further commenters? Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment on these motions? Looks like Great Falls, Region 4.
Can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead.
All right. I'm Jim Homison, Homison. I live in Stanford. I am a member of FWP's Region 4 CAC, but commenting just for myself. In the interest of eliminating more than one interpretation regarding hunting of unprotected species on BMAs, I suggest tweaking definition number 10 on page 2 of the proposal to read, hunting season means the time during which game birds, game animals, and unprotected species may be legally taken in accordance with Commission regulations. My concern is the use of the phrase hunting season in definition 10 and the phrase legal hunting seasons on the back of BMA maps. Last week, before I knew BMAs would be an agenda item, I contacted law enforcement in Helena to see if it is legal to shoot coyotes and other unprotected species, such as rabbits, hares, ground squirrels, and rock chucks, while legally hunting on a BMA as long as it has no restriction indicating otherwise on the BMA map. It is lawful, was the answer. After reviewing definitions in the proposal, I spoke with the rule reviewer for this proposal and asked for his opinion on the same in regard to definition number 10. After doing some research, he got back to me and told me it would require landowner permission since the legal hunting season for unprotected species has never been established by the Commission. Lack of a Commission established hunting season for unprotected species is why unprotected species the hunting of unprotected species is unlawful at fishing access sites as per page 6 of the current fishing access site field guide. A field warden advised me this concept is being applied in state parks that allow hunting. As a side note, current FWP migratory bird regulations explain why the taking of the unprotected Eurasian collared dove is lawful elsewhere. My suggested tweak should ensure legal hunting of unprotected species on BMAs without bleeding over to fishing access sites or state parks. That concludes my comment, and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Are there any further commenters in the regional offices? Okay, do we have anyone with their hands raised?
One online, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Wilkins, okay, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Don Wilkins, Libby, Montana. I got a general question about the EHA program and how it's affecting hunters up here in hunting district 103. Our whole idea of the EHAs, the premise was to unlock private land so that public hunters would have access to it. By granting the Southern Pines Plantation EHA, the Wolf Prairie Ranch, you basically granted an application to remove 14,400 acres from land that was traditionally BMA back in the 60s, well, from the 60s forward. And the guy now has put up like 13 gates, and the public no longer has access to thousands of acres of state and federal land. So I guess in the future, when you make an application when someone makes an application for an EHA, that you look a little closer into how that's going to affect hunters in the area that have traditionally been hunting that area for decades. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commenters?
No one online, Madam Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, just a point of clarification. The motions we made are to submit this will still continue through a process and still have time for more public comment. Is that correct? Or Ms. Stockwell?
Madam Chair and Ms. Commissioner Siebel, in lieu of our chief legal, I can re-refer you to Mr. Scolavino, but the process is laid out in the cover sheet for both of these, that if you decide to initiate rulemaking, we then would submit a filing with the Montana Secretary of State, which would kick off a 30-day public comment period through the Administrative Procedures Act. There would be included a public hearing, and those dates are included in the proposed rule notice that's in your materials. I can quick grab those if you'd like.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Ms. Stockwell, how in that process, thank you for the answer on that. How does the public participate in that process with regards to suggested amendments, some of which we heard today?
Certainly, Madam Chair and Commissioner Siebel, the public is absolutely welcome in their comments and really recommended to be most effective in their comments, that if they have suggested changes for language, that they be very clear and detailed in those in their written comments submitted to the department so that we can see exactly what language they would like to have changed and proposed. During the public hearing, there's also an opportunity to make oral comments that are recorded. However, those written comments are really, really helpful to see in writing what people's language suggestions are.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Tabor.
Ms. Hope, would you mind just at least addressing Mr. Lucas and Mr. Baumeister's comments with regards to a change out of rule into policy, and if we're losing any efficacy or in essence, watering down the effectiveness of those programs?
Madam Chair and Vice Chair Tabor, I'll refer the legal questions to Mr. Scolavino, but just in terms of process, what we intend to do for awareness within the programs, we have existing for block management, an existing guideline document that we would look to amend this language into. And that guideline document has been a public facing document. We would update it and put it on the website for the public to be able to see. We would want to have that in place in time for finalizing contracts for next year for hunting season. And then for the elk hunting access agreements, building a public facing document that program guidelines. We have an internal document, but it hasn't been in the same manner as the block management program. So bringing that into a document that's readily available for the public to look at and review on the website. And then I would defer to Mr. Scolavino regarding any legal implications.
I think I have the same kind of question. I mean, if it's in ARM, it's there. If it's in administrative rules, then it's can easily be changed within the agency itself without policy.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, you guys have a valid point, but ultimately the reasoning for removing them from ARM is because they really have no enforcement capability. More or less, they speak as to some of the aspects are criteria for participation that are already included in the agreements themselves, as well as dissemination of information that really does not need to be in ARM. So ultimately, the language that is being removed has no enforcement capability. The language that is being as added or is staying has that enforcement capability as far as if this happens, then this will occur.
Madam Chair, with regards to the last commenter from Region 4, it sounded like he might have had a valid point. Is that something that makes sense to revise as we go into ARM, or is that something that would necessarily get picked up by the public comment revision process once we're in the MAPA process?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, that would be picked up during the Secretary of State process. And if it was an addition that you wanted to add, we could certainly do that. And I would also just like to make one other comment. Jumping back to your previous question, with the language being moved to policy, I don't suspect that we will not reach out to the nonprofit organizations in any extent. I know Hope has worked effortlessly to try and get their recommendations, and that will still occur even when it's in policy.
Any further questions? Okay. I will start with the elk hunting access agreements motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Block management program ARM update. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, let's keep going, I guess. Oh, you're hiding behind the podium, I think. Mr. Schenk, if you want to go ahead, please. I think, again, we could probably do both of these at the same time, and I'll just go out for public comment on both of them.
Very good. Once again, good morning,
Madam Chair and members of the commission, Bill Schenk for the Land and Water Program. The first item this morning is a proposed land exchange at the Elk Island Wildlife Management Area. I would characterize this as a good neighbor action. The proposal, the WMA is in Richland County, very downstream on the Yellowstone River in Montana. The proposal is to trade 1.07 acres of FWP owned land for 2.61 acres of land owned by a neighboring landowner, the Hagler family. This action is being proposed because FWP acquired an addition from the Hagler family to the WMA back in 2008. At the time, nobody realized that there was a very small portion of land that sat across a road from the land that the bulk of the land that FWP was acquiring that was actually surveyed into and therefore acquired by FWP. It is surrounded on two sides by Hagler land, and unbeknownst to them that there was any trespass involved, they subsequently allowed a friend of the family to pull a trailer onto that ground and occupy it. I think here a picture is really tells the story. In your materials, you have a aerial photo, looks like this, and it identifies down here in one corner the 1.07 acres that FWP would be trading to Haglers, and then up here is the 2.61 acres that we'd be getting in exchange. There's no financial exchange here. The individual in question lives in his trailer on this piece of property, which is the old homestead site. There's a dilapidated home there that's been, and a shed that have flooded several times. The portion that we would receive in return is actually a shelter belt or a plant. Shrubs have been planted in there, and so staff believe thoroughly that we are getting a good deal here. We're getting better habitat in exchange for this, which has really no function as part of the WMA, and would be a service to our neighbors and really clean up the property. An EA was available for public comment from May 17 to June 1. We got a very limited number of comments, but they were positive. There was a question earlier about fencing. Our property there is not fenced. It will not be fenced, so we won't incur any additional expense there. We have incurred about $9,200 in survey expenses, and we'll have a few more $100 as we close the transaction.
Any questions? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the Elk Island Wildlife Management Area land trade as presented by the department.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Tabor, second. Okay, let's move on to the next one.
Madam Chair and members, I'm pleased to bring to you for your consideration the first in what we hope will be many or at least several actions for acquisitions of property under the Lower Yellowstone Initiative. Back in 2019, there was a local effort or an area effort, of citizens who formed the Lower Yellowstone Coalition to explore potential for expanding recreational access and opportunity along the Lower Yellowstone River. That effort gained momentum, and in 21, the legislature granted $4 million or authorized $4 million toward this effort, and Governor Gianforte appointed a 12-member advisory committee. Among the committee's recommendations were the Wildcat property in Rosebud County. This property consists of 328 acres and sits just a mile and a half or so upstream from an existing fishing access site that also includes a campground. There are two parcels totaling, again, 328 acres. The larger parcel, 307 acres, is seasonally cut off from the rest. There's a side channel there that's typically dry in the fall and would allow public access by foot. It is a high water channel, and so at certain times of the year, public access may require a boat or a small boat to get across that channel, or there is potential for boat-in access off the Yellowstone. The 21-acre parcel is served by a county road that would serve as parking and the only public overland access to the larger parcel. This is a very interesting arrangement in that there is a mitigation bank on the larger parcel. This mitigation bank was under an agreement, an umbrella agreement that's set up by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. It established credits. It established a mechanism in which credits through individual actions on individual pieces of ground could create credits that could then serve to, it could be generated by restoration activities and then sold on the market to mitigate otherwise non-mitigatable impacts to streams and wetlands. So it's a program run by the Corps. It has been set up by a private entity working with the existing landowners. A couple of unique things about this is that under that, we would become the long-term manager and would be obligated to maintain that restoration activity. I think I've spoken extensively to the president of the company that set up that particular bank, and he's very enthused about FWP being that long-term manager. We're well suited to do it. The other thing that's unique about it and what it caused us to do is that we cannot access federal funds because of the existence of that federal restriction already on the land. This prompted an extensive, wonderful fundraising effort, and I want to talk about that a little bit. The total price on this is the appraised price, $1.185 million. Of that, almost $500,000 has been privately raised. And I'm going to take just a moment to identify some of those donors. First of all, with the great help of Mr. Jay Erickson with the Montana Fish and Wildlife Conservation Trust, they have committed $256,622 toward the effort. Also, great thanks to John Law with Pheasants Forever, who was very instrumental in obtaining other grant funds and working with other funders to contribute the remainder of the total, which is $488,622. I'll just quickly, to give credit to these funders, the National Wild Turkey Foundation grant, $25,000. Ducks Unlimited, $10,000. The Meat Eater Foundation, $150,000. Onyx Maps Stewardship Grant of $10,000. Sitka Gear Stewardship Grant, $20,000. Indian Valley Pheasants Forever Chapter, $10,000, and Yellowstone Valley Pheasants Forever Chapter, $5,000. Again, thanks to Pheasants Forever for its efforts. Finally, an environmental assessment was conducted and released for public comment August 1 through 30. Many public comments in favor, and you probably saw the public comment that was submitted to the commission itself.
Any questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Brooke?
I would just make a comment that there's no maps or pictures that were provided to us. And I tried to Google it and I couldn't really find it on the map.
Okay.
And I'm new to the commission, so maybe it came before the commission before, but then we got a packet here that is the memo packet that actually goes into a lot of detail about this that I had questions about. But because of the time, I haven't been able to look at them. There's a bunch of questions in here from Mr. Harris talking about various things. And who is Mr. Harris?
Commissioner Brook, commissioners, Mr. Harris is staffer to the Attorney General, who sits on the Montana Board of Land Commissioners. I should mention that should you approve of this project today, it will still require the approval of the land board. And so, you know, and that would be on the land board agenda in November. And so I have worked extensively preparing the land board staff for this this item as well. The memo that was shared with you was my effort to prepare the land board staff and give them that level of detail.
So because I haven't had a chance to look over this and it wasn't in the original packet, is there a bathroom on this property?
Commissioner, there is not. There is no outhouse. The current plans for development do not include a bathroom, but it could be added. It is only about 2.5 miles down from an existing boat ramp at the Far West Fishing Access Site that does include a privy. I'm aware of the fact that if a latrine were to be added at the parking area in the future, that would be a $23,000 expense, at least in terms of today's numbers. And I should have mentioned as well that we are planning a $12,000 parking improvement, which would just be gravel at that site.
Okay, one follow-up question. It does have a deed restriction on this parcel?
Indeed, Commissioner, there is a deed restriction that is incidental to this wetland bank. And what it does is it prohibits certain activities unless they occur in accordance with a management plan. There's a temporary management plan in place that is consistent with that. We, upon taking property, we would begin to work on a long-term management plan. We cannot actually enter that long-term management plan with approval of the Corps until all the wetland and streamside credits are sold by the outfit, the company that set up that wetland bank. There is still an inventory of credits. So we would be involved with them, with Eco Assets, until the wetland credits and streamside credits were sold. At that point, we would kick into long-term management posture. So we will have management plans, but the heart of the matter is that the most restrictive piece, what it boils down to is a deed restriction that was filed on that land that really locks it in, legally speaking.
Just one more question. So would the public have access to that area?
Indeed, Commissioner, Madam Chair and Commissioners, the public would have access to the area. I don't think we'd be here if we didn't, if this didn't provide public access. Full disclosure, there is a short-term management plan that was set up between Eco Assets and the current owner that said no public access. That was at the desire and the request of the current owner. They didn't want the arrangement to mean they were subject to the public access. We would be able to change that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lane.
So are these deed restrictions, are they comparable to like a conservation easement? And I mean, is there any expiration on them?
Commissioner Lane and members, there is no expiration. They're comparable to a conservation easement in the sense that they have a similar effect. They're not comparable in the sense that it's not an instrument that's held by a third party. over the land. It is simply a restriction that's in the chain of title.
Madam Chair, would you entertain a motion?
Yes, please.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the department's acquisition of the Wildcat Bend property.
Commissioner Walsh seconded. Are there any other questions or comments before I go out for public comment?
Madam Chair, I just have one comment. Mr. Schenk, I just want to let you know that I appreciate the number of times you've come in front of this commission with these kind of programs. You're doing great work out there.
Well, thank you very much.
Commissioner Burrows?
Are there any restrictions on the property that would limit public access or hunting opportunities? I guess without seeing the exact limitations, it's hard to understand what is limited out there through these wetland credits.
Commissioner and members, I have spoken to the individual with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, who is in charge of this program and ultimately responsible for the maintenance of these credits and the compliance with the umbrella program. In terms of public access, his response to me was that as long as the plan you put in place functions to maintain those restoration activities, those restoration actions that took place to create the wetland credits, that there be no conflict with public access. And of course, for us, public access does mean public hunting opportunity. That restoration activity was actually fairly limited, surprisingly limited. The wetland credit was created by creating an opening to that side channel that allowed water to come in and flood an old wetland area. So there's wetland that didn't exist before. It also involved the removal of some Russian olive and for some riparian habitat improvement. That was basically about all. So it was really fairly basic, and I don't believe there's any conflict between public use and the protection of that mitigation activity.
Any further comments or questions? Commissioner Walsh?
Just one more comment similar to Commissioner Brook is it's always helpful to have maps.
Yeah, I apologize.
We have the Elk Island maps on both, so we don't have the Wildcat maps. But
Madam Chair and members, I shared a link with Mr. Jesse if you wanted to allow us to project it on the screen at this time.
Sure, that would be helpful. Thank you.
This is a general area map, of course, just showing that
Keep
Yeah.
zooming, I think.
on the right, you can see the proposed Wildcat WMA. That's 300 acres, about where that red dot is, that is down in that river bottom. It's all riparian habitat. And there is a side channel that goes north of just what would be north of that red dot. And I apologize. I thought we had posted the environmental assessment that would include the maps. So my apologies for that.
There is a second page that shows a little better, closer view. Thank you.
There we go. That is the outlined in red there. You can see the land in question. There's two parcels. The one on the east, small, is served by that road and would serve as the parking area and access to the larger parcel. where, really no improvements or developments are planned in that.
Any questions?
We've gotten way down in the details here. I just congratulate you again. I mean, this is I think a great acquisition that fits right in line with the goals of the program.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Walsh and members. There's a lot of folks that have made a tremendous effort to make this happen. So
I did ask about the county commissioners' support, and we did receive that letter. I'm always curious, as to what the local support is for it, and there seems to be support.
indeed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? All right, we'll go out for public comment. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of committee, commission, Thomas Baumeister again, Montana chapter, backcountry hunters and anglers. A resounding yes to both projects. They're fabulous. Especially the second one, the land acquisition. The vision is right. The geography is right. The purpose is right. The process is right. The collaboration is right. The financial resources are in place. I've been around the block of, time or two, but this reminds me of what we did in Montana, have done in Montana. This is what, without getting political, this is what makes Montana great. Having places like this that we can go, that are held in public trust for all to enjoy. So I hope you will support and endorse this project. Before I leave, I just want to do a quick shout out to Bill Schenk and his team. I think the sort of the quality, the due diligence that we're seeing in these projects that are coming before you is really exemplary. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of the chapter for that work, for the department to sort of put a passionate and legal mind at the helm of this very, very important program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I provide a handout before I begin my comments?
You can hand it to Eric, who right there. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Noah Marion. Last name is spelled Marion, and I'm here representing Wild Montana and also the Lower Yellowstone River Coalition. And I was also fortunate enough to be appointed to the Lower Yellowstone River Corridor Citizens Advisory Committee that developed the recommendations for this project. I won't go into the Citizens Advisory Commission process because our chairperson, Angie Grove, is here and she'll speak more to that later. But I did want to talk a little bit about where we've come and why this is such an exciting moment. In 2019, the coalition formed and held conversations with citizens and community leaders all across the 175-mile river corridor between Hysham and North Dakota. The themes in those conversations informed the vision of the coalition, and the themes we heard a lot were access, habitat conservation, improving recreation infrastructure, highlighting historic sites, and all of these things would benefit local economic opportunity and quality of life. So this vision was endorsed by diverse stakeholders. You can see that list of endorsements on one of those handouts, but includes 6 different county commissions and different local government entities, economic and tourism groups, recreation, conservation, sportsman groups, and a lot more. And we were really fortunate to have the legislature and the governor approve dedicated funding for this in 2021, even some additional funding last session for some of the recreation improvements. So really want to thank, the legislature, the governor, the department, from the director's office all the way down to regional staff for the work that they've done over the past 4 years to support this local citizens initiative. I also shared an economic report that our coalition put together last year, and I won't go into the details because we have limited time here, but you can see that just one of these projects can have a really sizable impact on these communities by providing jobs and different kind of economic activities. So this is the first project that we've gotten to this point in this larger vision. And really just want to say how thrilled we are to be here today. It's been a lot of work from a lot of different folks. And for this specific project, I just want to say thank you to the private funding partners who have come together and put up money, and FWP.
Thank you for your comments.
Oh,
Thank
and
you.
just want to say that we obviously fully support the acquisition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Jeff Lucas with the Montana Wildlife Federation. FWP or MWF supports FWP's acquisition of the Wildcat Bend property. This chance to open access and opportunity to the public for recreation is born from the hard work that locals did to expand access in the area that needs it. This project is a great blend of public and private dollars, and the land being purchased is not only good habitat for wildlife, but it'll also provide fishing and hunting opportunities for the public. We urge the commission to vote in favor of purchasing this property. For the Elk Island land exchange, we'd just like to go on record to say that we support the commission approving this land exchange. It's always good to see the agency be willing to work towards an equitable solution when mistakes are made that neither the agency nor the landowner had control over. This kind of flexibility shows that FWP is listening and is responsive, and these actions help build trust between landowners and the agency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Angie Grove, Grove, and I served as chairman of the Citizens Advisory Council that several have mentioned today. And I would like to reiterate the fact that this very much was a local grassroots effort. To your question, Madam Chair, there was two county commissioners on our advisory council. Several of them are waiting for my phone call today. So I think we're all very excited today to see this effort be in front of you today. And we're really hoping that you can give us a stamp of approval to make this acquisition a reality. The one thing I would like to add is I would like to give a shout out to Region 7 staff. They did a lot of effort supporting our commission or our committee meetings. And then after us making the recommendations, they worked hard to get this as a reality in front of you here today. And I think that's why you see such broad partners. They worked hard for us to go out and find the funding support we needed to bring this and hopefully make us all pheasant hunting on this next fall. I'd be happy to answer any questions you'd have about the process, but we would urge your support for this great piece of property. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commenters present? Okay. Is there anyone in the regional offices? Do we have any hands raised?
Not online, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay, Region 4, did you have someone?
Yes, Jim Homison again from Stanford. Hey, I just want to echo all the enthusiasm I've heard for this project and all the effort put forth by Mr. Shank and as well as his staff. I know people further down the food chain get overlooked a lot. There's probably a lot of effort here. So I thoroughly support it and I share the enthusiasm, and I hope you can find more opportunities like this in the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other commenters, are there any questions before we go to a vote? Okay, we'll start with the Elk Island WMA land exchange. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Wildcat Bend acquisition. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right. We are going to break for lunch and we'll come back at 1:30. Okay, thank you. All right, it's 1:30. We will convene the meeting. Sarah, are you going to do the presentation on it?
I can, Chair.
Okay. Thank you.
So this is just a reminder that what you're being asked here is to vote on the petition. And the conversation is between the commission and the petitioner. And the department does not have a role in that. And so you'll see us, we're here to answer questions if you have questions, but this is a conversation between the petitioner who is bringing the ask to you. And if you choose to go forward, then there will be a process, as you've seen before with the other petitions, to put it in front of the secretary, through the Secretary of State MAPA process to get rulemaking and then public comment. And then those would all come back to you at the end of that process. And then you can make a decision at that point.
Okay. Any questions on the process before we start? Okay. All right. I am going to give the petitioners 5 minutes. So whoever is going to speak, go ahead and step up. Okay. All right. Looks like, Bruce Fredrickson. Okay. All right. You need to unmute still, please. Okay.
All right. Can you all hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. I will have a very brief comment and then I will cede my time to Jack Roscoe, who I believe is present at the meeting today. It is really unfortunate that we're even here, and it's unfortunate that we need to request a rule change to attempt to force compliance with the federal ADA and state anti-discrimination laws. The commission, like any other state entity, is required to address individual reasonable accommodation requests separately and based on the requester's unique circumstance. A blanket crossbow ban, as exists now during the regular season, cannot and does not alleviate that requirement, and a blanket elimination of the only reasonable accommodation that will work for many of the requesters cannot be condoned. That ban needs to stop. This is tantamount to an office worker, or frankly, one of you all, who needs a special chair due to spinal injuries. But the office, by rule, requires only black chairs, and the only chair that's available to you is a purple chair. That's the only one that will work, and the accommodation request for the purple chair is reasonable, and you cannot, because that rule exists, deny that reasonable accommodation request. I'll cede the remainder of the time to Jack Roscoe, and to the extent that there is any time remaining following his presentation, I may have a couple of other comments.
Okay, thank you.
And will be available for questions, obviously.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the commission members. I appreciate you allowing us to speak in front of you today. My name is Jack Roscoe, last name spelled Racicot. I'm a disabled Montanan requesting for a reasonable ADA accommodation to allow hunting for those who cannot hunt with a compound bow and are medically qualified to hunt with a crossbow in archery season. As much as I would love to hunt and use my Matthews compound bow with a draw lock, I cannot due to my disability. I'm too weak, I have no motor function in my hands, and I frequently experience body spasms. In hunter's education, we were rigorously taught about ethics and safety when using a weapon. While using a compound bow and draw lock, I cannot perform either. Due to my weak body and spasms, I'm putting my companion and I at risk of a weapon misfire, resulting in injury or death. I'm also potentially placing a poor unethical shot on a targeted game. The reason or the only solution allowing me to participate in archery season is a crossbow. This weapon is safer to operate when placed in a mount I received from Montech out of Missoula. Since my hands aren't tied to the weapon handle, I have a complete control dictating when to place a safe and ethical shot. If you'd like, I can independently demonstrate the 5-pound crank system. The accommodation offered is not a reasonable accommodation for myself and many others. Please accept Bruce Frederickson's amendment to the FWP guidelines that will help me put meat in the freezer and lower my food bill. If you like, I can demonstrate the crank and not point it at you guys.
How much time do we have left?
Just under 2 minutes, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
I'm gonna let Mr. Frederickson finish with the 2 minutes and then I will allow you to do a presentation for us.
Thank you.
Okay. You are muted, Mr. Frederickson. Okay, yep, you need to unmute, please. Okay, go ahead.
All right. I'm going to try to be quick so Jack can demonstrate. Reasonable accommodation requests cannot be barred by lobbying efforts, which we've seen, I believe, in the past as it relates to this rule. Neither can the reasonable accommodation, in this case, a crossbow, be barred simply because another group is saying that it doesn't work during the regular hunting season. The lawsuit is filed, but it stayed anticipating that the commission will do the right thing and the legal thing and change the rule that effectively precludes the commission from being able to, at this point, comply with its clear legal responsibilities. And with that, I'll turn it back to Jack.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Go ahead.
So this is the crank system. It is 5 pounds and I can independently do it. I won't do it all the way just because I have a cable lock on there. But basically being able to do this all by myself and then I would have it come back. I can then also independently put it onto fire and I jam my thumb into here, which I can then pull back. Just same thing as a rifle. For folks, and I have a couple of friends who would like to also participate. One of them is a C3 quadriplegic and she doesn't have any use of her body. I have a mouth sip and puff system that we can put onto the stock and she can then pull the trigger basically with a sip and puff. And this system is completely moved away from my body, so I don't have to be tied to it and it's safer. So if I had a body spasm, I don't have any problem of misfiring. So I think it's a great accommodation. I hope you guys see the reason in it too.
Thank you. Are there any questions for him? Okay, we stick around though, because we may, through the discussions, there may be questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, does anyone have any questions for the department or any discussion? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, this is a general question with regards, maybe this is to Mr. Frederickson or to even Senator Molnar. Is a question, my first question is what's the difference between the petition that we're looking at now versus the one that was considered? I'm going to go through the time frame a little bit more just to make sure that everyone on the commission understands where we sit today versus where we were 2 years ago and the things that may have happened in between. So what's the major difference between this petition and the one that was denied by the commission? I believe it was 2 years ago in 2021, if I'm not mistaken.
I can address that if you can hear me.
Yes, go ahead.
Bruce Frederickson. You know, we went before the commission. I believe your time is right. I can't recall off the top of my head either. Time flies. Unfortunately, that hearing that was supposed to be our understanding on a petition for a rule change turned into a hearing on requested accommodations by the 4 individuals that are petitioners in this case. It really went off the rails. There was no hearing whatsoever on the rule change, and the commission aired personal medical issues relating to the petitioners that resulted ultimately in an amendment to the complaint. So that meeting went totally off the rails.
We're just considering their individual.
Yeah, a follow-up.
Versus the rule change.
Mr. Ferguson, or again, maybe Senator Molnar, I guess just since then, there's been a lawsuit filed, and whether or not we should talk about that or not, I'll leave that up to legal counsel. And we don't want to talk about any exhibits or anything like that. There's been some things that happened there. And then of course, there's been legislation introduced again that did not pass in the legislature. I just want to understand there's a lot that's happened in this since the last time we heard this. And I guess if someone could help with the timeline, and I would appreciate it.
Well, again, the legislation was again proposed. I believe, and Mr. Molnar can maybe expand on this a little bit, but there was an extensive lobby to defeat that legislation, and it was defeated. Frankly, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, legislation is not needed in this state for this body, or for FWPA for that matter, to comply with federal law. And simply, the simple solution to that is just eliminate the crossbow ban for those who can present an application for reasonable accommodation and before the commission, and have that dealt with. That's a requirement regardless of whether the legislature passed a statute allowing that type of accommodation request to be granted. So that is, as best I can recall, the history of the legislation. And since then, again, the lawsuit has been stayed with the anticipation that an appropriate rule change will be made. The ban is simply, I believe, and again, in my opinion, the ban itself is a violation of the ADA.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Ferguson, and I'll ask the Department of Legal Counsel this as well. The gist of the lawsuit was filed against us after the last, the 21 decision and today is that the stance when we denied that our accommodations are already reasonable under the ADA, and the challenge is that they're not. And so the question that's being answered or asked of the court with this lawsuit is whether or not our current accommodations, which allow for crossbows in the rifle season but do not in the archery season, whether or not that is a reasonable accommodation. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I do have one question.
Go ahead,
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Brooke.
Is there crossbow hunting allowed on any of the Indian reservations in Montana during archery?
Madam Chair, we have looked into that. We haven't received responses from all of the tribal members, but there are several that do not allow crossbows at all. Rocky Boy does not, and I apologize, I cannot remember whether it's Fort Peck or Fort Belknap does not. And then there are some CSKT does. And that's what I can remember off the top of my head. I don't think we've received responses from the rest of them. I apologize, but we did ask. So it's a mix is the answer.
Thank you.
Yeah. And maybe I can jump in here for just a moment as well. This isn't a comment with respect to utilization on reservations, but it is with respect to utilization in every state.
So the question,
48 out of 50.
Frederickson, the question was about reservations. So if there is a further question for you, then the commissioner can ask. Thank you. Do we have any other further questions? Somebody want to make a motion then?
I'd move to deny the petition for rulemaking as presented.
Is there a second? Okay, who was the second? Okay, Commissioner Siebel seconded it. So Commissioner Burrows and Commissioner Siebel. Any other questions before we go out for comment? Okay. So I will come, can I see whoever's online, could you raise your hands just to see how many commenters I have online?
There are 3, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, we will start with the people present who would like to comment.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, before I get started, you all have this little packet here. Interestingly enough, this covers some of the stuff about the ADA. So my name is Dane Ryder. I'm here representing the traditional bow hunters of Montana. We ask that you deny this petition. The petition reads that equipment modifications do not offer a reasonable means of accommodation required under the ADA or Montana Disability Act. In your packets are 3 federal complaints regarding this issue specific to Montana that have all been denied. The first 2 documents are complaints filed with the Department of the Interior. These claims were rejected by the DOI because they determined there were no compliance issues. Following the summary of the decisions in those denials is a summary, or they provide analysis of how they came to that decision. Next in your packet is an order filed by the judge in the complaint that the petitioners have filed in federal court to hunt with crossbows in the archery only season. The following quote I'm going to give has been trimmed down for brevity, but you can find it starting on page 15 in the order from the judge. First, plaintiffs have not provided sufficient evidence to demonstrate that their requested accommodation is necessary. There's no evidence that plaintiffs attempted to try any equipment modifications other than the draw lock. On this record, the court finds the plaintiffs have shown that archery hunting without a crossbow may be uncomfortable or difficult, but not beyond their capacity. And thus their requested accommodation might be reasonable, but not necessary. The order continues on with the judge rejecting claims made by the plaintiffs regarding crossbows not fundamentally altering the archery only season, as well as pointing out that there is no discrimination based on disability because the prohibition on the use of crossbows in the archery only season is controlled by regulation and applies equally to all members of the public. Point is, this is not a legal matter related to the ADA, and any statements made by the petitioners about that should not be included in any of the commissioner's decisions. Multiple federal filings make this clear. The second point we dispute or take issue with is the verbiage immediately preceding the claims regarding the ADA. The petition reads, "The approved and preferred equipment modifications do not offer them a reasonable means of accommodation." This implies that there exists a preferred equipment, like a one-size-fits-all solution. This is false. Oftentimes, solutions are designed to accommodate the specific disability.
Thank you for your comments.
Yep.
Thank you.
Again, we ask that the commission deny the petition. Thank you.
Are there further commenters?
Chairperson Robinson, Commissioners, my name is Ken Schultz. I'm here today representing the Montana Bowhunters of Montana Bowhunter Association and myself as a bowhunter. I stand in opposition allowing crossbows into the archery only season. I serve as the president of the Montana Bowhunters. I've bow hunted in Montana for the past 30 years and am passionate about keeping a traditional 6-week bow hunting season as that. Montana is one of the few states that have preserved that season. For the past 10 years, have been a bill of some kind introduced, and every time the legislation it dies and the public makes it clear they're not in support. Many states have allowed the door to open and crossbows to be permitted, and they have regretted it ever since. Many, if not all states are attempting to pull back and rethink this decision. I've personally spoken to several hunters and bow hunting club leaders across the state. The harvest of big game animals has skyrocketed by 30, 40, and even 50% in these states that have antelope and elk hunting. The key reason is this is the heart of the rut season for these animals. I don't know how many times I've had a bull elk or an antelope buck within 80 to 100 yards of me and not able to get any closer to take a shot. This is the real challenge of traditional bow hunting. With a crossbow, scope included, which are accurate and ready to shoot out of the box at 120 yards at 450 feet per second. And by the way, that's no practice necessary, and it's promoted by the ads and manufacturers that make these. You can walk around the woods or sit in a blind with these weapons fully loaded, just like a gun. Why not have a gun? The bottom line with these high-powered weapons, it's no longer hunting, folks, it's killing. I believe that there's a significant effort to accommodate disabled archer hunters. Crossbows can be used for 300 days a year. Why do they need 365? They say it's too difficult to use a draw lock system. Have you ever been around a crossbow? They're very powerful and dangerous. I'm 61 and I'm getting old. And at some point, I will no longer be able to pull my bow back. I've had major right shoulder surgery and put in the 18 months of rehab and effort to rebuild my strength. It will come to the end someday, just like the continued push for crossbows in our coveted archery season needs to come to an end. Please, I urge you to make the decision to not allow crossbows in the archery season. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any further commenters?
Good afternoon, all. Chair Robinson and commissioners, my name is June LePage. That's LEPAGE. And I'm here today as a director on the Montana Bowhunters Association board, but I represent myself and urge you all to oppose and deny the petition today before you. I'm in an incredible position as a well-supported, able-bodied woman archer, and I understand this. I consider myself an advocate for bow hunting and intend to spend the extent of my life trying to maintain the integrity of our archery-only seasons. With some of the best harvests and seasons, Montana really does stand as the last best place on earth. I love that. That's why I live here. This means, though, that any modification to regulations requires a cautious and nuanced approach. Introducing crossbows into an archery season is a solution that does neither of these things. It does not take into consideration the fragility of Montana's seasons, nor the purpose of an archery-only season. I'd also like to point out that come Saturday, during rifle season, crossbows are completely legal in Montana. To put it mildly, I'm frustrated to be in a position to constantly defend the conditions of an archery-only season. Crossbows and bolts do not belong under the same season as arrows, and I hope the commission feels compelled to deny this petition. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson, commissioners, my name is Stephen LePage. That's LEPAGE. I'm here today representing myself. I just wanted to say that this whole thing seems very familiar. Almost deja vu. Another legislative session's behind us, another attempt to introduce bad legislation, resulting in failure, another petition, all with the lawsuit hanging over Montana FWP's and you, the commission's head. I urge you to make the same decision that you made last time and reject this request. Please vote no on granting the use of crossbows in Montana's archery-only season. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson and commissioners, my name is Mitchell LePage, LEPAGE. I am 17 years old. I just started my bow hunting career, and I would like to preserve our archery only season for the future of myself and for others my age. For me, I define bow hunting as a rich tradition that I enjoy with my friends and family. I have made many friendships and bonds within our bow hunting community as we connect over our common enjoyment of pursuing game with a bow. I feel that compromising the integrity of our archery only season will lead to a decline in connections between these bow hunters. That is why today I ask you to please vote no on allowing crossbows in the archery season. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Madam.
My name is Brad Zink. I am a lifelong bow hunter, lived in Montana my entire life, been bow hunting for almost 50 years. And I would tell you to keep the crossbow out of the state of Montana's regulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Commissioner, Madam Chairman, Commissioners, my name's Jerry Davis. I reside here in Helena. Davis is the spelling of my last name. I'm here representing myself. My concern with this particular petition isn't necessarily for individuals like Mr. Roscoe. My concern is the potential for abuse and the impacts it may have in our archery season. I have some questions. Who is going to be qualifying these individuals to ensure that they are in fact disabled? There needs to be there would need to be some type of a prescriptive definition of what this disability would be. Who will verify that an individual has qualified for that disability, and who will verify that the individual is truly incapable of using modified archery equipment that is appropriate for their disability? There are a lot more accoutrements than just the draw lock itself. And sometimes they have to be manufactured for each individual disability. What will be the cost of such a program to the department? How much is this going to cost for not just verifying the disability, but also ensuring that the individuals actually tried to use the PTMA and were unable to? And then the last question I have is, what will be the FTE impact to FWP? These are our funds. These are our us people that hunt and fish. These are funds that we raise for the FWP through the purchasing of licenses. So with that, I close and I ask that you table this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I'm Jeff Lucas with Montana Wildlife Federation. For over 80 years, the Federation has fought for Montanans' right to enjoy our hunting heritage and Montana's abundant wildlife resources. However, MWF does not support this petition to allow certain individuals with disabilities to use crossbows during the archery season. MWF fully supports reasonable accommodations to allow hunters with disabilities to continue to recreate. And we are inspired to see bow hunters with major disabilities working hard to successfully use adaptive equipment while maintaining the bow hunting tradition. By contrast, crossbows can easily shoot 100 yards or more and can be accurately shot with minimal practice. That goes against the very grain of allowing a separate season for bow hunting because they are more challenging and they require a high degree of skill and practice to move within close range to make a clean kill. Crossbows have rightly been allowed during general firearm season because they are more equivalent in performance to rifles than standard archery equipment. Our state has liberal bow hunting seasons and allows elk hunting during the rut because of the basic limitations of conventional bow hunting equipment that allows maximum opportunity with minimal harvest. Even under the strictest limitations, allowing crossbows would upset that balance and increase harvest, leading to limitations on Montanans' bow hunting season and leading to a loss of opportunity for both bow hunters with and without disabilities. Our allies across the state have defeated proposed legislation relating to crossbow hunting during the archery season at every turn in the legislature because this is a wildly unpopular proposal that goes against the very reason for having our hunting season structured the way that they currently are. We strongly urge the commission to vote in opposition to this repeated attempt to allow crossbows to be used during the archery season. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What's the time limit?
2 minutes.
My name is Brad Molnar, common spelling Brad, Molnar, Yellowstone County, Montana. For what it's worth, I've been in this fight for 6 years. It's been a 22-year fight. Many of the statements you've just heard are false on the face. This issue has never been before a federal court. What you were quoted was a staffer who wrote a letter. They're old letters. The ADA has changed. The judge that denied us our injunction said you'll be better off doing this under the 1984 Rehabilitation Act with charges of discrimination. Read the letters I gave you. The people that are affected call it discrimination. How is it not? Montana statutes for human rights are against discrimination based on disability. If you have this disability, you can use a draw lock. You don't have this disability, you can't hunt. That is discrimination. Mr. Roscoe, despite what the young lady said, can't hold the bow, can't draw the bow, can't release the bow. He needs that accommodation. All Mr. Frederickson is asking, all I'm asking, all my legislation asked was to acknowledge the law that says they have a right to request the accommodation and you have the right to deny. They have the right to request there. It was said very accurately, you cannot have nobody can use a crossbow. Violation. You can't do that. It has to be individual. I asked the 90 people that filled out those surveys, if you want to do this, send in a request to use a crossbow. Let me know so I know. 2, crossbows weigh 10 pounds. They're heavier than a bull-barreled target rifle. 20-inch rods. You can't use them. You use them only because you have to, not because you want to.
Thank you. Any further commenters? Okay. Is there anyone in the district or the regional offices who would like to comment? Okay, we'll start out with the people with their hands raised, please.
Madam Chair, we now have 4 with their hands raised.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Okay, go ahead. You're unmuted.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Prater, Prater. I am the Vice President of the Montana Bowhunters Association. And I just have one statement. I agree with what was said earlier by all of the folks opposing this petition. But this is a quote from Honorable Dana Christensen, the judge involved with the lawsuit. At this preliminary stage, based on the record presented by the plaintiffs, the court finds that the alteration of status quo they request is more akin to changing the diameter of a golf hole from 3 to 6 inches, or more analogously, permitting a golfer to use a club that performs the swinging action for him. So in that basis, I urge you to deny this petition and keep crossbows out of Montana archery season. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Rattray, if you could, yep, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to comment, Madam Chair and Commissioners. The fact that Senator Molnar continues to push this to be able to use crossbows shows that there are a lot of people that are not disabled that would like to use crossbows. I was on the board of the Montana Bowhunters Association when we created the definition of archery equipment, because there was a lot of equipment that wasn't safe or good to be used. And then the next year we created the permit to modify archery equipment to accommodate truly disabled people. If you go on the Physically Challenged Bowhunters Association, Physically Challenged Bowhunters of America webpage, they have more accommodations than you could dream of to help anyone who is disabled to be able to use a conventional bow. This has been looked at by the ADA, And it may not have been before a judge, as Senator Molnar says, but it's been looked at by the ADA and found that the permit that is existing fully accommodates anybody that really wants to bow hunt in Montana. So I ask that you please deny this petition. And again, thank you for your opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead. You're unmuted.
Yes, my name is Lieutenant Colonel retired Tim Gardepy. I am one of the plaintiffs, and I am also very disabled. He's currently in a wheelchair and a spinal cord injury from the neck down. I have many problems with the draw lock system. I have many problems since it requires someone else. Hunting is more of an individual sport, and I don't need, it's bad enough that I require help for my daily activities, but I also would like to use a crossbow during archery season. I think it is a reasonable accommodation, and I request reasonable accommodation to use this crossbow during archery season. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Bruno Freya. I live in Missoula, Montana. This commission has allowed archery hunters that have a permanent disability to obtain a permit to modify archery equipment. The problem with the allowed modifications, the so-called draw lock, does not support or accommodate all disabilities. Of the 200 plus current permit holders who have been screened and processed by FWP, only 20% can use this draw lock modification. My point is that one type size does not fit all who have a disability. Disabilities vary from person to person. My request for this combination is to allow permit holders who have tried and cannot use the draw lock to use a crossbow during the archery season in Montana. This reasonable request for this accommodation is within the rulemaking authority of this commission. And I ask you that please do what is right for all archery hunters that have a disability. And as I mentioned, it's just 200 plus permit holders. I don't know how that's going to affect any kill ratio in the state of Montana by archery hunters. We're talking about 200 plus people, maybe 225. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else with their hand raised?
No one else, Madam Chair.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the commission before we go to a vote? I asked them one time, but I'll double check the region. Is there anybody in the regions? Okay. All right. Any questions? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carried. Thank you. All right, what we have left on the agenda is items not on the agenda. So 2-minute time limit if there's anyone here who would like to speak to items that were not on the agenda.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Again, my name is Brad Longcake, Longcake. I'm here on behalf of MOGA. Just want to take an opportunity and thank everybody for their time and service. I know it's oftentimes can be confrontational, but we appreciate the work that you do. Every 2 years, FWP undertakes a crucial process, and that's the setting of the hunting seasons. The process not only defines when and where hunting can occur, but also shapes the experiences of all Montana hunters. It's a process that should be fully inclusive of all stakeholders. FWP conducts regional meetings to solicit public comments on draft regulation proposals. The intention is to involve the public in shaping these regulations, but it appears that the feedback provided during these meetings does not always influence the final regulation and recommendations. Several proposals were put forth during the department's regional scoping period this summer. These included the split of Region 700's Antelope District, a statewide black bear closure on June 15th, the restoration of HD 314, and the reinstatement of Hunting District 700 elk quotas. However, none of these suggestions appear to have made their way into the final regulation recommendations for public review and comment. A diverse group of organizations, including MOGA, Stock Growers, Montana Wildlife Federation, and others, put in significant hours and time collaborating to try to find some creative solutions to these challenging problems. However, the unfortunate reality is that these proposals may never be publicly available for comment. This, we believe, is a missed opportunity to harness the collective wisdom and experience of Montana's hunting and conservation community. It's vital to remember that every hunter in Montana and every region of Montana is acutely aware of the unique challenges they face and the solutions that can best address them. We strongly advocate for a more inclusive approach when every available solution is considered, regardless of its origin. After all, it's the hunters and conservationists who are at the front lines, who understand the dynamics and who contribute meaningful insight into the hunting season setting process. In conclusion, I urge the Commission to support a more inclusive approach to season setting and ask that our proposal be reviewed at the next Commission meeting in December. We must ensure that the voices of hunters, regardless of the affiliation or origin, are heard and respected. And with that, Madam Chair and the rest of the Commission, we appreciate the opportunity to provide that context. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director Temple, Mark Cook with Wolves of the Rockies. I have 3 handouts, 3 petitions. One of these petitions has to do with resurrecting the wolf stamp. It's important for the non-consumptive community that they be allowed to contribute to wolf management. To do so otherwise is disingenuous. We've tried to do this and it was killed recently. We've done some homework and this is possible to do. The department accepts funding from many different other hunting, consumptive related organizations. It's time that the department start representing the non-consumptive. Also, the second petition concerns the new wolf management plan. You, as the commissioners, see all the committees, the advisory groups, for practically everything, but we're not going to do it for an animal that holds special interest, not only for the non-consumptive community, but for the American Indians. It's got to change. Please open your mind and consider doing this. Lastly, this is very important. We keep being told using an algorithm is the way to go to count wolves in Montana. No. As wolves, and the thing with the IPOM is as wolf populations increased, we were told we can't count the wolves. Well, wolf populations are decreasing. We checked the numbers recently and they're behind the numbers that have come in prior years. So it's a clear indicator with the count that were killed last session, it's going to continue this session. And lastly, please take into account the non-consumptive community.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks Commission. For the record, my name is Lance Fourstar. Fourstar is spelled Fourstar, Fourstar. I am a member of the Red Bottom Clan of the Assiniboine Nation, and I live in Wolf Point on the Fort Peck Assiniboine and Sioux Reservation. I am a Wolf Point City Councilman for Ward 4 until 2025. I'm here representing myself to give a voice to the voiceless and to amplify the voices of those who cannot be here to speak to you. Today, I advocate for rulemaking petitions presented by the leader of our wolf group who represents thousands and thousands of friends around the world. I'm amazed to continue to learn about the complex lives of wolves who had long ago taught our indigenous ancestors before modern recorded time how to hunt in the area through observation and mimicking hunting tactics. Wolves contribute to a harmony that has existed also since time immemorial. This balance has over the past 150 year plus years has been drastically disturbed in Montana, and I am here to help make things right again through recognition of these rulemaking petitions. One petition creates a mechanism for $20 wolf management stamps that will fund the livestock loss reduction program and wolf management to include more wardens. This allows non-consumptive persons to donate to the management and conservation of wolves. The second petition for rulemaking to create a 12-member wolf management advisory council. This council will advise you and help you reduce livestock loss. The third rulemaking petition expands current methods to include hunter harvest surveys, wolf sightings, collared wolf data, howl boxes, genetic capture recapture methods, winter track counts, aerial tracking, and counts from structured surveys. I respectfully request that you take a serious look at these rulemaking petitions handed to you with the intention of expanded conservation and management of wolves to protect not only what we have left of a majestic species, but protect vital Montana industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters present? Is there anyone online or in the regional offices that have any items not on the agenda? Okay, I see one person with their hand raised, and I just want to remind you, it can't be something that's already been on the agenda. So go ahead, Mr. Simonson.
Yeah, I guess it's just trying to get a little deeper on one of the commissioner's comments earlier about trying to find a better way to legislate for some of the boating regulations that were discussed today and in the last meeting. So I don't want to talk about today's specifics, but more looking for insight on what that process would be like, because from everything that I learned, you know, we were kind of going through the only channels that have been suggested exist in the state of Montana. And I do agree with the commission that this is something that is would be best to try to find a bigger picture outlook on. I also agree with some of the other commenters earlier that there's a lot of individuality within it as well, but just looking for insight.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else with their hand raised?
No one else online, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead and come on up.
Madam Chairman and members of the commission, my name is John Murnane, M-U-R-N-A-N-E. I'm from Shoto, Montana, and I respect the work that you've done here. I feel pleased to be able to talk of a proud heritage of working with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks since I was a freshman at University of Montana. The reason I'm here today in my 2 minutes is to provide a request that has a simple solution, and that is that the commission compel the department to reinstate the special weapons restricted area in the Teton Spring Creek hunting area. The Teton Spring Creek has been without firearms for over 100 years. When the department dissolved it as a preserve, they tried to introduce firearms, which was met with an overwhelming response from the community, including two of their award-winning former hunter safety instructors, 6 people who had 6 individuals with federal firearms training, the principal of the school, the board of commissioners for the county commissioners, current and past members of the department. They went ahead and introduced that firearms. Judge Dorothy McCarter exercised at the request of the community and 4 families a restraining order, which compelled the department into a cooperative agreement. And part of that, as a result, was a special weapons restricted area, which worked wonderfully for 18 years and was in 2022's regulations. The department, without public comment, has removed those regulations. I spoke with these people and gave them a formal request the 28th of August to restore it. They said, we didn't know, we weren't here. Fine. Now you know. What are you going to do? We can't find any court documents. I found it in 15 minutes. Some of those are in the packets that you have. This is a simple solution. Right now, people are out there, maybe some without firearms training, using firearms that have not been in for 100 years, threatening the public safety for the most important decisions that you folks make, keeping people alive and safe. We ask them to respect their agreement with their courts, restore it. They can go out and 45 minutes, post signs, and redistribute the maps. So with that, I would ask that this board make a petition to reinstate the Teton Spring Creek as a special weapons restricted area immediately.
Thank you. Commissioner Tabor.
Madam Chair, I'm struck by the comments by Mr. Lucas and then just recently by Mr. Longcake. And I guess I want to make a special request of the department. And Quentin, you may recall when I first came on the commission, I had asked for this and still have been relatively unsatisfied that there is a process for the public to move something through either the biennials for hunting or in this case, the fishing regulations is what Mr. Lucas was referring to. I think there's a lot of good ideas out there. And I had the unique opportunity to attend a process that was up in Alaska where the Board of Fish and the Board of Game over a weekend, interestingly enough, hear unsolicited proposals by virtually any kind of group that wants to come forward. The onus is on that group to formulate what their ask is, to analyze it financially, to try to make their best business case as to why they think it should be considered by the state of Alaska and more particular by the Board of Fish or the Board of Game. And through that, then the board assesses those things. And if they find merit in those proposals, they put it into the system so that it works its way. In our case, it would work its way ultimately through the biennials and for the annual fishing regulations. Can we look at a process? Maybe that's not the solution, but can we address this issue that has come up time and time again, that people have good ideas? They do sometimes take it to the region, but the region can shut it down. One person can shut it down, and then that's the end of it. And it never really gets the benefit of everybody looking at it and opining on it. And so, again, I don't know if my suggestion is a great one, but I'd like you guys to explore a mechanism where we can get a particular process in play where things like this could be considered.
All right. Do I have anybody else who has items not on the agenda? Okay. Any other comments or anything from Commissioner Burrows?
Just one comment in response to Commissioner Tabor's question. Wouldn't it be, because I guess what I've offered up, like with the groups that I met with on season setting, couldn't an individual commissioner could bring forward their proposal? Wouldn't that kind of resolve that or be the mechanism that they would use, that if they went to the season setting meetings and didn't get any traction and they were still passionate about that issue, to reach out directly to that commissioner?
So at least in the experience of asking this question before, what typically happens is you go to one group, maybe it's the region, or you might go to the department and they say, well, we don't really see it, but maybe go to the commissioner. Like as a commissioner, somebody brought to me a full proposal that made a lot of sense. My first question is, why is the department not liking this? And finding out at the point when we're going to vote it in doesn't feel like the right sequence of events to me. I'd like it to go through a vetting process. And so if it's not sound, then it's not sound, but it needs the light of day to figure out why it is or isn't sound. And that's the missing link of having to jump to a commissioner and then jump to the end of a process instead of feeding it into the beginning of a process.
Commissioner Siebel.
Just a follow-up comment to Commissioner Burrows and Commissioner Tabor's comments. With regards to the recommendations, we've all heard a lot of different recommendations. And as I understand the process and talking to the department, particularly with regards to the upcoming December season setting meeting, the idea that we could, as individual commissioners, request from the department, here's a suggested amendment, whatever it is for a particular hunting district. Whether we support it or not, we can have them adopt the amendment properly worded and have it put out for public comment and consideration as part of the process with plenty of notification time. So that, as I understand, that was one of the ways that we could get some of these ideas that may or may not have received a blessing from a local region. And because I know that there's some of that pushback is that the department may reject something that maybe we want to understand more, get more public opinion on it, since that is part of our purview as a commission to get that, the other aspects rather than just the biology and the other responsibilities of the department. So that's my understanding of the process. And I just want to clarify that's kind of what I intend to do with some of the ideas I've heard that I thought had merit.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, please.
So Commissioner Sable, that's correct. So when a commissioner, the department's proposal evolves, through a whole bunch of different processes. And at some point in time, it becomes a proposal that goes to the commissioner. There are lots of other alternatives to that. And how those get considered embedded at the individual regional level. We have great faith in our staff out there that they seriously consider these. But that said, disagreements remain on what should be in or what shouldn't be. And what you get as a commissioner when you put a proposal out there is you will also get the department's opinion about that particular amendment. So, I would agree that's at least one way you could do this if you had something you wanted the public to see and consider, and you also, before you would get it, at the end of that process, you would also see the department's biological opinion on the amendment. So you wouldn't simply get just the proposal and associated public comment. The department would also weigh in, as we do with all amendments, proposed amendments to department proposals. So you'd have the benefit of that as well. Certainly that is one alternative to what Commissioner Tabor's, the concern he's raised.
I think the key to that is getting your amendments in a timely manner to be able to be released to the public and get your feedback also. Commissioner Burrows.
But just one more question following up specifically on season setting, because I know there's a lot of people interested and I'm doing work on it in my region as well. What will be the proposals will come in the December meeting? Will they be finalized there, or will whatever comes out of there will there be more public comment, or what is the process for that?
Madam Chair, I turn this to Mr. Kujal if I could.
Chair, Commissioner Burrows, they would be finalized at the December commission meeting. The department's proposals for biennial season setting that speaks to the 2025 and the 2026 seasons. Do I have that right? 2025, I'm sorry, seasons. They will become visible to the public October 24th, this coming Tuesday. That's the date where they get posted on the website. Public can start looking at that and start submitting comment to the department. Chair, Commissioner Burrows.
Follow up. So if there's a significant, like, let's say there's a proposal that comes in that maybe it's not even modified, but a whole new proposal for a district that wasn't even part of that public comment process, then the public's process would be to come to the meeting and discuss right there on the floor, whatever that proposal is. Is that how this is going to work?
Chair, Commissioner Burrows, that is one pathway that could happen. Another pathway is the pathway that I understood you to describe earlier, where that person might reach out to a commissioner. A commissioner might look at that and come back with a proposed amendment that they'd submit to the department for Director Temple's comments, and then the department would look at that amendment and reply with an opinion. And those amendments then, under the direction of the commissioner, would be posted on the website as well. Chair, Commissioner Burrows.
So again, I just want to emphasize that is the process we have, and that's what we've been living with. But I hope you're hearing that from a variety of different constituencies, there are some potential flaws, and I think we're losing the opportunity for getting some really good creative ideas and getting more participation up front. I do feel like we do have a mechanism that can do it. Feels a little rushed at the end, especially the public comment part, because now what we're depending on is a commissioner to agree to do it, to get it posted in time for the public to absorb that and be able to opine on that in addition to all the other things. And so there's a squeeze at the end. It is what it is, but I just feel like there's a potentially smarter way we can go about this that makes people feel very involved and at least listened to. So just, if you guys can give that some consideration.
Any other questions or comments? Before I forget, I want to thank Amy for taking care of us today online. We appreciate it. If there's no further questions or comments, I will, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you everyone for coming.
Hi, Amy. Can you please end the recording? Thank you.